KUAM FM, Pagalina, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. Chris and Sabrina with The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM. The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I know we had something once before. I'm not gonna hold you back no more. I just thought I had to let you know that if it's you and me, it's gonna be for sure. I've taken all the time to think it through. I only want what's best for me and you. Even if it all falls down in two. If I gotta let you go, there's one thing you should know. That I would love you, love you, love you till the end of time. And I would give you, give you, give you everything that's on my mind. And I would love you, love you, love you till the end of time. And I would give you, give you, give you everything that's on my mind. Maybe it's the way you held my hand. Oh, how you used to say that I'm your man. Whatever it is, girl, you know you were always there for me, so I just want to tell you one more time that I would love you, love you, love you till the end of time. And I would give you, give you, give you everything that's on my mind. And I would love you, love you, love you till the end of time. And I would give you, give you, give you everything that's on my mind, on my mind. Ooh, on my mind. Yeah.
Go see Uli, die sombren zelten meg, et zu te saluda, antes diu hum niga. Redzauds un melek estredzas durante in todo in memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera co Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
toru'y lugar. Para iyon para gloria, abing maislas en para iyon para gloria, abing maislas en toru'y tempu'y paz, para itan zan gininilan na ben
All right. Good morning, Guam. Hey, good morning, Guam.
That was rather uninspired.
Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
I don't know the weather. It's something with the weather.
Yeah, our DJ Joser cam showed it. I mean, it is 6:21 and it looks like 5:18.
It's very dark outside, very stormy, Bree. I thought it was Friday today.
I wish it was Friday.
It's
today.
still December. Yeah, guess who tested negative?
Woohoo! Welcome back.
Thank you.
Right on.
It was definitely a different experience at teleworking, but
It looked fun.
I actually like being here.
You like?
Okay,
Yeah, I know. So welcome back, Sabrina Salas Mantonati. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. And good morning. We have got a viewer, Natalia Segura, coming from Barcelona, Spain.
Oh, wow.
The site of the 1992 Summer Olympic Games.
Talk about bougie.
Right, hola.
Yeah.
Hello.
Spain?
Hi.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, good morning to our Facebook Live viewers on the link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Burn Flores writes, Buenas and Afide. Good morning, Tato Guahan, Tato Logu, Tato KUAM, Chris, Bree, Jason, and Nestor. Mananasi Jules. Be safe. Have a great day.
And of course, as we always say, burn. A name so nice, you gotta say it twice.
Pat Solis writes, good morning, afternoon, everyone. Be safe. Chamarita
Hi,
Regis. Welcome back, Sabrina.
Thank you.
Don Ongrong writes, Ali.
All right. To our friends in Palau.
Yes, definitely. Severus Solis writes, good morning.
Hi, Auntie Pumpkin.
Lisa,
Tony.
Lisa Marie is saying, hey guys, what time is it in Guam? And then she says, she is coming to us from Illinois. And she goes, I miss you guys. So Chicago, I'm thinking?
Illinois, Chicago?
Yeah.
Is that where Illinois is?
Yeah.
6:23. It's 6:23 Chamorro Standard Time.
Yeah, the Fighting Illini got a good basketball team this year, so good luck to you guys. Bears, not so much.
Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers, also our listeners on the radio. This is the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Well, you know what? You can tell we're streaming in HD right now because Chamarita Ray just says, "You look much better than yesterday, Sabrina."
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
It's the pixels.
It's the pixels.
So, Bree, how was your last couple days?
It was fine. Like I said, it was just my allergies, and I knew that, but I wanted to be extra careful.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to. You guys were concerned.
And
so.
I can say this now because I've been hanging around with, exchanging life experiences with, taking care of Sabrina for the better part of 21 years now, right? And her pain threshold is not exactly like what the average person
She's a
would have.
panty.
She's very squeamish. I remember she sent me a message back. This is what, maybe 18 years ago, Bree? And she's like, "I have a dentist appointment today. Can you come pick me up?" And I was like, "For a dentist appointment? You're getting like cleaning?" And she's like, "I don't like dentists, all right? Come pick me up." So I was like, "All right." So I drove over to the house, 7:15. They gave her so much Valium, I almost ran her over because I was backing into like where the carport was. She was sitting down there, slumped on the sidewalk, like in her own garage, and I was like, "What are you doing there?" She's like, "Is it time for my dentist appointment yet?" So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even when I gave birth, I was asleep.
Tell people how long actually you were in labor.
What do you mean? Like I went in the day before, or I can't remember what day it was. I went in for just a regular checkup, and they told me, it's time. So came back, told you guys it's time, went and got my bag, went in the hospital, and I started to feel pain, so they gave me...
Coconut milk?
No, I didn't get an epidural.
It wasn't an epidural?
No, it was a Stadol, and then I went to sleep. And then I woke up and then pushed for like 20 minutes and then I was done.
She was in labor for 23 minutes, you guys. My mom was in labor with me for 30.
Well, we've all worked with Sabrina for years. We know she's very efficient. I got 20 minutes. I got 20 minutes, Doc. I got to go do the news.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's get this over with. Literally. No, that's literally her.
Okay, speaking of which, as I was just saying, my mom was in labor with me for 30 hours to give birth to me. And fittingly, I want to say happy birthday to my mom because it is my mom's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, so my sister sent some stuff to the station for my mom. So my sister got her she got her a nice cardigan and some very stylish masks. I got my mom some fuzzy slippers and a tumbler that says, "Your favorite child got this for you."
Oh.
Stacy, if you're listening. That's a sister.
So happy birthday, Mom.
All right, that's sweet, Jay. Also, we have some other comments here on our Facebook Live feed. Hey, good morning, Cello Andrew Mesa. Good morning. Ken Guerrero writes, "Good morning to awesome crew, always keeping us up to date with what's going on in our beautiful island of Guam. Keep up with the great news." Lydia Nauta writes, "Good morning to our awesome family in KUAM. Burn, it's Palaxi to the Maxi. It sure is. It's raining cats and good logos."
Oh, yes.
It was kind of funny because they put out a weather advisory yesterday in the morning, right? And it was like, hey, for the next few hours, it's going to be storming, and there's a flash flood warning. But it didn't really rain until the late afternoon, like around 5. I was just going to go run 10 miles, man, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I was literally, no.
Doggone it.
Literally just finished tying my own Zori to go run 9 miles. And it was like...
You just secured the strap.
It started raining hard. So unfortunately, even though the commitment was there, the drive was there, everything was ready to go, sometimes you just got to take a back seat to Mother Nature.
So what did you end up doing?
No, I did. You're right.
I sat on the couch and watched Netflix.
No, I did some
calisthenics.
For my abs of tin, I did some some ab stuff. Because, I already had my Zori on, so I was like, man, might as well. Minus whale.
Oh,
So don't let the rain dampen your spirits.
We want to send a special congratulatory message also. I don't know if you guys saw this on Facebook. Member of the family here on the link, our friend Kevin Bautista, the Public Information Officer for the CNMI. He has been accepted into the graduate program at the University of Southern California.
Wow.
So he's going to he's going to study online, but he's going to study public policy and get his master's in public policy at USC.
Congratulations. I actually chatted it up with him yesterday, but he's in Tinian. He's trying to get more information about the cold
freezers?
storage units
Yeah,
that they
yeah,
received.
yeah. Yeah, right now everybody's deer is in there.
Yeah, but you know what? If you guys don't follow Kevin
Everybody's
on,
like, hey, put the fish and the deer in there.
yeah, if you guys don't follow Kevin on Facebook, you really should, because I mean, you know, he shares a lot of really cool stuff about his life. But he was even saying when the pandemic happened, I believe he had this really introspective conversation with his wife, and then he said it was actually Governor Torres who was really encouraging him. He said, you know, get a higher degree. I absolutely back that. You know, study public policy. He goes, you know, you have the passion, you got the gift.
He's definitely got the connects.
And right now, we got the time.
We actually should check in with them.
Yeah, I gotta ask him to come on tomorrow.
Okay.
Right. Because there's a lot of talk about. Did we get the freezers?
No, we actually Peter actually did a story on that. We had interviewed Lillian yesterday, and I
Right.
asked her about the cold storage units, and they have yet to procure them.
Right, but aren't we getting like a mix of the vaccines? Like we're getting some of the ones that don't have
she
to be in the
wasn't-
deep freeze.
She wasn't sure which ones we were actually getting, because we asked that also when we spoke with her yesterday.
Right. And so what's the timeline on the vaccine, guys?
She wasn't sure when we asked her yesterday. She just kind of gave
They're kind of considering all options
maybe
at this point.
sometime this month.
Yeah. But she also
So we're all
said
just waiting.
there's a variety of different pricing scales that they're looking at. She says one I believe is
Like you
not for the vaccine.
No.
You mean for the storage
Plasma?
unit.
storage unit. Yeah,
Yeah.
one's 5,000, one's 10,000,
Okay.
one's 20,000.
Okay. I thought you were talking
So
about
that's
the
where
Pfizer.
we are. We do know that the government is working on the vaccination plan, because it's supposed to go to the frontline workers first. Dr. Hoa, you told us last week they're hoping and going to recommend that included in the plan that next in line would go to the individuals with comorbidities. So hopefully, we can get a copy of this plan once it's actually finalized. But when we spoke with Lillian yesterday, she said she already started to do the survey amongst her staff up at
Right,
GMH
yeah.
to see who would be willing to take the vaccine, because it's not mandatory.
Right. What did she say? It was like 60% of her staff
60 or 70.
70, I believe.
said that they would
70 or
take
72.
the vaccine.
Yeah. Got a comment here, guys, from Orly Lopez Capistrano. Good morning, everybody watching from Tamuning. And Rosemary Garrido says, good morning, Guam, coming from Travis Air Force Base in California.
Andrew Terlahi writes, Anderson Air Force Base lifts weekday. I think they're talking about the commissary restrictions on
the
retirees.
Effective
VHA.
at 7 o'clock this morning.
Right.
Okay, and if any of you out in the chat room, if any of you are on Guam or you're military dependents and you took advantage of what they had at the NEX last weekend, like the Navy's, the military's version of Black Friday, we did a story on that, and they said they were having like extended hours and everything. Let us know how they went, because I mean, always good deals at the NEX.
Crispin DLG writes, good morning from the CNMI. Nice to see Sabrina back in the studio.
Thanks. Good to be back.
Chamarita Regis writes, Chris only took out the trash. Hey, but I did it like this. See if you do it like
Then you
this.
did
yes.
squats
Yeah,
to
just
lift
like
it up.
good, okay. Hey, what is that? Any activities better than no activities?
Then,
Yes.
that was our former colleague, former
Right.
Senator Jess Lujan.
The thoracic surgeon.
Okay, can I have an old school reference? Who do you think, and he's going to be one of our guests here, who was more what the kids call swole in his day, right? Who was more ripped? Who was more buff? Who was more shredded? Former Supreme Court Chief Justice B.J. Cruz or Jess Lujan?
What do you think, Jay? Tell us.
Well, Jess Lujan actually competed in
'Cause
bodybuilding competition.
I know you like to talk about guys who are shredded. And
Okay, do you guys remember there was a commercial featuring B.J. Cruz, right?
who do you think
That's
was?
the gold. The
Gold's Gym.
Right,
And
It was Doris Flores Brooks is also in that
Right,
commercial.
yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because if you guys don't know what we're talking about, it's like all you see is this one person, and the camera's like way at foot level, and it slowly pans up, and it says, "You're too old. You got too much going on." And it's going up, and it says, "There's not enough time. You can't do this." And then all of a sudden it goes up, and there's like BJ Cruz just like cranking like the traps, the weights, and he's like, "Yeah, right." I bring this up every once in a while, like when I interview him and everything like that. He laughs, but I mean,
Well, that's funny because he's coming on the show this morning.
yeah.
Right, maybe we can get him to do like a reenactment.
Yeah.
Ask him,
right.
Jay. Ask him. Just tell him how you were reminiscing about the commercial back in the day.
I brought that up. He always laughs about it. He's a good spirit about
Right,
it. But
yeah.
but I believe Jess Lujan actually did compete professionally in bodybuilding competitions for a while.
Yeah, it was really hard for him to juggle the bodybuilding in between, cutting people open as a surgeon. We're also getting a real doctor on the show, guys. Dr. Tom Shea is coming on. I just sent, and I freaking brain farted last night. I wanted to send it out to Dr. Cabrera to be like, hey, come on, because he was like, hey, who's coming on with me? And I was like, oh, yeah, who could come on with you? So I did send an invite out to Dr. Cabrera, but he's got a bunch of meetings this morning because I have a feeling Dr. Shea from his Facebook post is going to be critical of some of the recent moves by the administration.
He's going to be Dr. Shea, Hulk smash mode.
So I don't know if there's anybody out there on the other side you want to jump on with Dr. Shea. Let's do it.
Oh, point counterpoint would be fantastic.
So yeah, Dr. Shea's coming on. We're also getting Public Auditor BJ Cruz. There was a little bit of back and forth between the Office of the Public Auditor, who came out with the audit on the CARES Act funds, right?
Yes.
And basically called out the process, said that there was some questions, and then there was a release from BBMR and DOA that came out, and basically some return shots were fired. And so we'll get Public Auditor BJ Cruz. Always good to get him on. Very snarky. So that's going to be fun. And then Jay has a cool interview here with Command Sergeant Major Ron Brantley.
Yeah, for those of you guys, I mean, Ron Brantley's been like a really, really good guy in our community for like so long. I've known him ever since high school. We were in ROTC together. He was at the GCC battalion. I was up at Sanchez doing the color guard thing. But he is now a Command Sergeant Major in the Guam National Guard, and he's the first Chamorro to ever be accepted into the Sergeant's Major Training Academy, and he will be developing the training regiment for future Sergeant's Major, and he's going to study at, not Syracuse, Syracuse.
Syracuse?
Syracuse. That's how they say it in upstate New York. So Syracuse. I'm gonna ask Ron if he knows that. But he's a really good guy. He's been serving in the military. I mean, and we're gonna bring him on, ask him about what that honor means, and also what this is going to mean for future young Guamanians who feel that they have a calling to serve.
Well, why don't you give us a little hint of what it means for those people listening who don't grasp the significance of what you just said?
That was a heck of a lead. No, so I mean, it's a historical moment. I mean, there have been many sergeants major that are of Chamorro descent. There have been many command sergeant major, like my late uncle, John Salas, was a command sergeant major. He was a Green Beret back in Vietnam, and I mean, you see this dude in his uniform. I mean, he looked like Patton. I mean, all these ribbons and infantry, marksmanship, air assault, airborne, and everything like that. But Command Sergeant Major Brantley is the first to be accepted into this academy, so he'll be actually implementing the curriculum and the instruction policy that's going to instruct future sergeants major, not only from Guam, but throughout the country. So that's a huge honor. And as the Command Sergeant Major, he's also the senior enlisted man in the Guard, and he, by virtue of that role, he is the senior advisor to the commanding officer, so he lends, his opinion, gives his advice to the general.
Yeah, we're also going to have on Guam Election Commission Executive Director Maria Pagalina. They had a meeting last night at the GEC, so.
I think they're supposed to move to certify the runoff election this... Wait, maybe it was yesterday. Could have been yesterday or...
Okay, Glenn is
Friday.
looking forward to that interview we have with the Guard, because he goes, men in uniform, yes! And then, okay,
That's how Jason feels on the inside.
So Glenn, that's coming up at 8 o'clock, just so you know, so set your timer. All right. Love to us coming right now from Vivian Lorenzo. Good afternoon from Oregon State, and she gives us not one, not two, but 3 heart emoji. Thank you, Vivian. And good morning, Guam, from Pennsylvania, coming from Vince Buntu Regis. Okay, guys, all my friends in the States are saying how unbelievably cold it is and everything like that. If you guys can, indicate in comments and everything if you are in the States or maybe, if you're on Guam, because it's kind of a frigid morning here on Guam, which means it's like 83. Let us know what temperature it is where you guys are, because we would really like to know.
Jay, it's actually 77.
Is it 77? Okay, wow.
Look outside. Maybe we're going to send Sir outside again.
Okay,
let's go send Sir outside.
77
Yeah.
degrees. Oh, you ready, sir? Okay.
Sorry, sir.
77 degrees.
We're going to get a little rain cam for you guys.
That's practically Siberia if you grew up on Guam.
Because I know right now you guys are waking up. You're wondering what to thaw out for dinner. I think it's a Kadu day. What do you think, guys? Kadu?
Sure.
Look at that. Yeah, well, by the time you make the Kadu, knowing this Guam weather, it's going to turn hot.
All right, we got the DJ Joe Sir cam outside. The leaves may not be brown, but the sky is gray.
But the sky is gray.
We just started the link.
Started the link on
Oh,
this
no.
Thursday.
I was gonna say that.
Okay, hang on. It's
Sabrina
ready.
is back in the studio
Uh-huh.
with the negative test.
She's not teleworking.
And you guys are such fools.
Yeah, well, you missed us.
Me and Chris, half Chamorro dreaming. The other half is howling.
Okay.
You guys done?
No, we're not. We're letting the people see the rain, Bree.
Oh, okay.
The Mamas and the Papas, guys, look them up on Spotify.
Yeah, okay.
We'll probably play them here on Breeze 93.9.
Yeah, where your go-to jam's always coming up. And we're doing a cool thing right after the link. It's like a holiday playlist. And so, you guys, there's nothing wrong with your radio. And don't be hating. It's already December, okay? It's freaking December already. We're entitled to play Christmas music. There's some Grinches out there. You know what? Don't let COVID make you a Grinch. Okay? COVID or not, car score, whatever, it's still December. And so, at 10, we do our holiday soundtrack, which is just Christmas music. Oh, yes. And it keeps going for all day. Okay?
Okay, speaking of
And then
what the
we-
temperature is, Debbie Davis says it's currently 43 degrees in Kentucky. My goodness, but it was 27 this morning.
Oh, that's
27 degrees.
Wow.
that's super cold.
Yeah, it is. That's where you go out and your windshield has the ice on it.
40 degrees. Okay, maybe you could wear your shorts and stories for
A little bit, right?
15
Yeah.
minutes.
You,
or so, and
ma'am,
then-
are out of your damn mind.
No, I would
40
do that.
degrees and you wear shorts and zoris?
Yeah, it
No,
feels
I'm
good.
not talking about all day. I'm like, hey, God.
I'm not talking about 2 seconds. I'm wearing 3 pairs of underwear, my
And you say
sweats.
I'm panty. Okay.
It always felt good to go out in the morning and drink your coffee when it was, when I was staying back there in the States, right? Guys, drink your coffee in the morning when it's 35, 40 degrees in your shorts and your zoris, and you're out there like, but that coffee is so good.
And did you ever hang out at Virginia Beach? Because I've heard Virginia Beach gets very cold, when the
Yeah, it was really cold.
the sea spray comes in. Ooh.
I worked on the golf course before I got into the media. So, and when you work on the golf course, you wake up really early. You start work at 5. So when I was staying in the States, I was working on a few golf courses out there, and I would wake up at 3:30 or 4 just to commute to go to the golf course. And I would get there, and it would be the grass was just frosted.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when you had to wear these rubber shoe condoms, I called them. You put the rubber over your shoes so that when you're walking in the frosted grass, it doesn't get your shoes all wet and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I had an interesting job working on the golf course. My job was to kill gophers. 'Cause, they dig up the
Aw.
golf course, so
Like
I'd
that
have to
Caddyshack
I'd have to
Yeah.
set these traps. And man, I was known as the gopher killer. It's fun.
Okay, wait. Are gophers aggressive? I've never actually seen a gopher. Are gophers aggressive?
I don't know, because the only ones I ever saw were the dead ones. Dead and stiff. That'll teach you, boy, to mess up the white man's golf course. Should have known better, you pesky brown gopher. No, they're not aggressive because they were dead when I saw them.
Wow.
They're not really smart either. So they would dig up and they would have a mound of dirt on the golf course, and then you take your shovel and you cut a circle where the hole is, then you pick up that grass, and then the hole goes down and then the tunnel goes 2 ways. So you would set your little trap one this way, one that way, and then you put the grass back on, and then you just kind of like weave it together, and then the next day you go and you check your trap, and usually they would, because there are only two ways to go, one way in, one way out, and they would either get that way, but if there was a smart one, they would pick another way. Then I have to like set a trap there. But it's funny because it was all like Mexicans and Latinos that worked on the golf course, and for some reason they didn't like killing the gophers. And so I'd always be driving around my little golf cart with like 10 dead gophers just hanging out the back, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Is that on your LinkedIn profile?
No, it's not.
I'll add it
Yeah,
there. You know,
right.
that's amazing.
Yeah, so I had a lot of jobs.
I feel that could be like the beginning here. Joe, sir, let's do it. You and I. Okay. Mortal Kombat 11. Choose your weapon. Chris. Gopher. Begin.
Begin.
Chris wins.
Thanks, Jay.
Flawless victory. Okay, our weather report from friends. We got a member of the family here, Sabrina's brother. Pat, what's up, Pat? Good morning, Prim. 58 degrees here in Vegas. 58?
It's nice.
Oh, that's nice.
That's not nice.
I put my
It is
aircon at
nice.
58.
That is not nice.
It's good. It's
That's-
nice so you can use a lot of
Let your
blankets.
butt cheeks stick together. That's not nice.
I got no problem with my butt cheeks sticking together.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Glenn actually has a comment about what happens when it gets very, very cold. I cannot, unfortunately, read that. you guys just check it out in the comments. That's hilarious, though. Maybe one of you guys wants to read it.
Froze the Tsatsagat.
Oh, there.
And that's when you got to rub it together to thaw it out. Hey, also this morning we're getting a woman who is just dissatisfied with the Attorney General's office. And it's kind of become, unfortunately, it's unfortunately become a little bit of a punchline when you hear the words Attorney General's office is prosecuting. And this woman, and we're going to bring her on, just really a very sad story. And I don't want to reveal too much, but her daughter was a rape victim, and so now she's going through the whole trial with the daughter being, obviously the Attorney General's office is prosecuting this case. And just from talking to her, she actually messaged me on my social media, and I get this a lot where people reach out and they're like, I don't know, this is kind of weird, but if there's any way you could help, and of course, if you guys shoot us a message, if there's a way we can help, we're going to do it and find a way. But she was telling me that her daughter's case has had 3 different prosecutors, but the accused rapist has had the same defense attorney. So she made this point that, oh man, this guy has had more stability than my daughter and the victims in the case. And I just hear a lot about the Attorney General's office and the prosecution. And I just wonder out loud, is it systemic? Has it been a problem going back to the previous AGs? Probably, yeah, because it kind of seems like on Guam you can get away with murder. And I don't know, the prosecution of the AG's office, I would love to see some stats on it, but I just feel like it sucks. I'm sorry, I feel like it sucks. I feel like the AG's prosecution division leaves much to be desired. I mean, when they put out a press release that they got a conviction on was it a jaywalker or was it back then? They were like, we convicted was it a drunk driver?
I don't remember which case you're referring to.
Yeah. I mean, the plea deals, like, I just don't understand it, man. This plea deals, they had a guy who allegedly brought in 5 pounds of meth into Guam, where people are just struggling with the meth so bad, it's rampant, it's everywhere. And they give the guy a plea deal. And then I remember we tried to ask about this, and the answer we got was basically like, oh, you don't know what it's like to be a lawyer. Well, excuse me, you don't know what it's like to be a victim. So just want to bring this lady on and kind of give her voice a place to get amplified. And I did reach out to the AG's office. I said, hey, can anyone come on with this lady who's got some issues with the prosecution of her daughter's case? And they were like, no, probably not. But, what's her case number? What's this? What's that? And, send it over. But I don't really want to do that because I feel like, and we've had that before where people want to come on and they want to share their story. And then we reach out for the other side. They ask, oh, who are you going to interview? And then they'll go call that person and be like, oh, don't go on there because we're really close to breaking your case. And we've seen it. That's what they told Michael Castro's mother. they advised her not to talk to the media, and well, she did, and her son is still missing. So I feel like the more people that know, the better. Okay, and then maybe after this interview, someone from the AG's office will come on. It's just funny because when I was asking and preparing for this, I just kind of like to ask people, hey, what do you think of the AG, the job he's doing or whatever? And a lot of people say is, from their perception, it just seems like the AG jumps on these national lawsuits, and that's like all he's doing. It's like, oh, there's a Google lawsuit, let's get on that. Oh, they're suing the opioid, let's get on that. And I mean, I don't blame them because that's the information that comes out. You know what I mean? We don't really hear about successful prosecutions. I think we should if they're out there. But look at this Mark Tory trial. I mean, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, like I was saying, I don't know if it's just we had these same issues when Elizabeth Barrett Anderson was the AG or what, but it just kind of seems that there's a lot of issues with the AG's office. First, people think they're too close to the administration, and we've seen it where it's like, okay, are you representing the people of Guam or the governor of Guam? We've seen it in the prosecution. We've seen it where they want to go after people from the last administration but turn a blind eye to people in this administration. And it's just ironic to me because we haven't who's supposed to be an independent elected attorney general. And we've all often made the comment here on the link, going back to when it was called Containing COVID, that it seems more like we have an appointed attorney general, right? And I think that's something that, thankfully there wasn't an election on AG, but I think a lot of people see it that way. And I mean, I'm fair, so if it's not that way, I'm just saying, like, let's hear why it's not that way. Because, what is that? Perception is reality. So, yeah, she's going to be coming on later on in the show. And, I mean, if you guys are having issues with the prosecution or, anything with the AG's office, we've heard a lot of things. We talked to a lot of victims of crime, and they say things like, oh, they never got a call from the AG about, being victims. So, definitely, we feel like we want to shake the tree a little bit. If there's anybody out there who has issues with the prosecution or, any kind of interaction that they're having with the Attorney General's office or any government agency or entity, don't hesitate to reach out to us here on the link. We're all over social media. You can shoot us a direct message. We watch all the comments. Leave something in the comments. We're here to help. It's 6:51. Let's go over to the KUAM newsroom, which yesterday was in Gigo because Sabrina was teleworking. And today, it's right over here, 6 feet to my right. So with the very latest from the KUAM news team, good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanotti.
Hafa everybody. The Joint Information Center reports that out of 752 test samples, 31 came back positive for COVID-19. Of the new cases, 5 were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 6,920 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 112 deaths. There are 803 active cases and more than 6,000 recoveries. 38 people are hospitalized in Guam hospitals. 10 are receiving ICU level of care, and 7 are on ventilators. Guam's COVID area risk score, or CAR score, is 3.4. Meanwhile, although the CDC still recommends a 14-day quarantine as the best way to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19, it will be announcing new guidelines that quarantine can end after 10 days if the person has not developed any symptoms, and after just 7 days if the asymptomatic person also tests negative for the virus. Almost since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, there's been one question at the forefront of everyone's mind: when will we get a vaccine? As a number of them now inch toward FDA approval, another question we should be asking is, do we even have the equipment to store the vaccine safely? Peter Santos reports.
Big-name pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer have been steady at the grindstone when it comes to the development of a COVID-19 vaccine. And now both Pfizer and its partner BioNTech have filed for emergency use authorization with the U.S. FDA. Now, as they wait for approval, hospitals are preparing themselves with the equipment to store the vaccine, which needs to be kept at a temperature of minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Hospital Administrator Lillian Posada says procuring the appropriate equipment is definitely a necessity.
When we met with Annette Ogden the first time that they gave us a heads up on this ultra cold vaccine, that was something that we, as our own facility, needed to source and procure. If that's what we're going to get is the Pfizer, we need to have the capability to store that vaccine and preserve it.
And it looks like the hospital authority is doing their homework and shopping around.
We have been doing some research on where we can get it and how much it's going to cost. What I've gotten, the information, the literature that I've received from one company, $8,000 for one, and depending on the size, and there's also a $10,000 one, and I believe there's one that is also $20,000.
Posada says they'll most likely opt for the cheaper alternative when choosing the freezers as long as they provide the same level of safety when it comes to storage. And although there's no definite date the hospital will be getting the vaccine, they've taken a poll amongst their staff asking them if they'd be interested in taking the vaccine.
The poll that we have right now as of yesterday, 72% of our staff are willing to take that vaccine. Some of them have expressed that they've got some, underlying medical conditions and they're concerned. Some of them feel they don't have enough information about it, and they're just kind of concerned. So, there is that hesitancy. Just like any vaccine, people, they have hesitancy to take.
Whatever your thoughts on the newly developed vaccines, the Guam Memorial Hospital is hoping they'll be able to get more than a few vials as soon as distribution is ready. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
Meanwhile, the CNMI government has already procured cold storage units in anticipation of the arrival of vaccines to the Commonwealth. Kevin Bautista, the spokesperson for CNMI Governor Ralph Torres, confirms the cold storage units arrived earlier this week. The government of the Federated States of Micronesia announces that it has indefinitely postponed a planned December 5th execution of the nation's first repatriation flight since the border closed in March. The FSM national government later requested the U.S. government to forego any Operation Christmas Drop activities in the FSM. The indefinite postponement of the repatriation exercise and the cancellation of Operation Christmas Drop are both due to ongoing concerns regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a media release regarding the indefinite postponement of the December 5th repatriation effort, FSM President David Panuelo, upon receiving a briefing on the mechanics and technical components of the repatriation, learned that there are potential gaps in the effort to make it an airtight process. It was in late November the FSM government announced that it would begin repatriating up to 41 citizens stranded in Guam, but again, that has been postponed indefinitely. GPD officers arrested 54-year-old Susan Leslie Hogue for failing to comply with the mandatory public health ordered quarantine. Hogue refused to be quarantined upon arrival on December 1st at the Guam International Airport. She was booked and released and transported to the quarantine facility. Just a reminder that free COVID-19 testing is available all this week at 3 locations. They are at the Gigo Gym, the Teason Fields, and Agate Senior Center. The free community testing is from 9 a.m. to 12 noon through Friday, while testing is from 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. Public Health is using Binax Now test cards, which produce results in 15 minutes. You do not have to have symptoms, but must bring an ID. 200 Binax tests are available up until Friday, and then 300 will be available on Saturday. And again, it is on a first-come, first-served basis. And with more news, here is Tyler Matsinani.
Hafidi, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsinani with your headlines here on The Link. No marijuana in Tumon. That's the message from the local visitor industry to the Cannabis Control Board, which is seeking input on proposed rules and regulations for public consumption of cannabis. Tumon businessman Mark Baldega says allowing it in the tourism district will bring great harm to Guam's carefully crafted image as a wholesome, family-friendly destination.
89% of Koreans are families, and 53% of those families have children under 18. So, I mean, if you imagine yourself, I'll put it to you this way. I can't imagine a Japanese father with his 6-year-old daughter playing on the beach, breathing in clouds of cannabis, saying 2 thumbs up, I'm coming back to Guam.
Baldega says even at the last minute, he was able to reach out to every major government and private sector tourism-related entity who he says all agree with his position, which is
prohibiting the use, sale, and promotion of cannabis in the H zone.
And while others have touted marijuana as a potential new tourism niche market, Baldiga says any new incremental business it brings won't be worth it.
We might gain 5,000 or 10,000 tourists who want to come and smoke pot and have some fun. We're going to lose 100 to 200,000 out of 1.6 million, maybe half. I don't know. I don't want to fearmonger, but it's certainly going to be a lot more than the number who might come.
To be clear, he says he's not against a marijuana industry, just that it not be allowed into the hotel zones.
Most destinations, right? You just put it in a separate place. A good master planning says take, strip bars and adult merchandise, sex toys, and because you've got that in Tumon too. You've got Japanese signs. It's not a wholesome image. Mr. Cruz from the Cannabis Control Board made the comment that it's hypocrisy. He's right in a sense, but two wrongs don't make a right. What we really should do is get all of those activities and put them in a separate area and make it a great space.
Baldiga has no position on medicinal marijuana, but again, as long as it's not openly sold and used in the tourist zone.
Guadalupe and the OPA are not seeing eye to eye when it comes to expenditures of federal COVID-related assistance. Contrary to a newly released public auditor's report, the governor's office says its internal financial controls on the assistance are robust. Here's more.
The OPA has released a preliminary report on the administration's budget and spending of CARES Act and coronavirus relief funds. In an interview with KUAM yesterday, Public Auditor B.J. Cruz said his office found information was lacking in some cases, and there were expenditures that they believe were not COVID-related. But in a news release, Guadalupe said the funds were, quote, intended to be used at the discretion of the governor, subject to the guidance and subsequent updates issued by the Department of the Treasury and Office of Management and Budget. The governor's office says the local DOA and the local budget bureau have been careful in following the Federal Oversight Agency guidelines. Cruz also criticized the administration's lack of transparency and late compliance with the law passed in May that requires the filing of monthly spending reports. Guadalupe responded that reports on expenditures as of August 31st, September 30, and October 31st, 2020 were all posted on the governor's website. BBMR and DOA have written to the OPA indicating their disagreement with this part of the OPA's report. Public Auditor Cruz says he intends to conduct a full audit after the federal relief spending deadline at the end of the year. The administration said it welcomes substantive comments by the OPA on the expenditures, which it points out includes financial support for individuals, families, and businesses.
There's amazing news from one of the island's most valued corporate partners in our collective fight against coronavirus. As United Airlines has been providing flights free of charge for medical volunteers coming to the island to help with COVID-19 relief efforts. United quickly worked on a way to help our local healthcare industry increase its ability to treat patients and ramp up its resources as the pandemic went into our second phase. In all, over 80 medical volunteers have been transported to the island thanks to the airline's program. Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas, who previously served as United's medical programs manager, shared her agency's and our community's gratitude for reducing the barriers to let nurses and healthcare professionals come from the mainland to our shores. And that's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Starting at 7 o'clock this morning, Anderson Air Force Base reports that restrictions on retirees, Guard, Reserve, and veteran access will be lifted as Anderson Air Force Base continues to evaluate the efficacy of on-base COVID mitigation measures. Some installation access restrictions that were put in place to mitigate COVID risks, which includes access restrictions to the clinic, base exchange, commissary, and MWR activities, are rescinded to preserve inventory of food, staples, critical public health supplies, and other certain high-demand items. AFES in the commissary will continue implementation of limits on food supply and purchases as follows. To ensure equitable distribution to commercial products for all shoppers will be limited to one shopping cart per family. While President Trump continues to fight the outcome of the 2020 presidential election, he also appears to be preparing to run again in 2024. This comes as President-elect Joe Biden is focusing on the economy, which has been decimated by the pandemic. Skylar Henry reports.
We love you, President! President Trump greeted supporters at a White House Christmas party and hinted at plans to run again if he continues to lose court cases challenging the election.
It's been an amazing 4 years. We're trying to do another 4 years. Otherwise, I'll see you in 4 years.
This comes as Attorney General William Barr told the Associated Press that so far, the Department of Justice has not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. The DOJ is also looking into possible criminal activity surrounding presidential pardons. Heavily redacted court documents show the investigation centers around a possible secret lobbying scheme in which certain people are alleged to have acted as lobbyists to senior White House officials to secure a pardon or reprieve of sentence. A justice official tells CBS News no government official is a target of the investigation. President-elect Joe Biden is focused on the economy today, holding a virtual roundtable with workers and small business owners who are struggling financially during the coronavirus pandemic.
Help is on the way.
Tuesday, the president-elect introduced his economic team and called on Congress to act now on another stimulus package.
Right now, the full...
And that's your news. We will have more on the link after the break.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Half-a-day federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and McDonald's of Guam want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, then snap a few shots or a video of your delightful display and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications. There's nothing that can brighten more spirits than the beauty of Christmas decor and holiday lights. And with our Making Spirits Bright segments brought to you by McDonald's of Guam, KUAM Communications wants to showcase everyone's efforts. Send us photos of your decorations via social media messenger, direct message, or email to promotions@kuam.com to add to the spirit of the season. Find segments every Friday in December on the social media platforms of KUAM News and showcased in a weekly montage of KUAM News Weekend Edition. Making Spirits Bright is brought to you by McDonald's of Guam.
Half-a-day federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafa Day, my name is Zina Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water, and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
When you hear this, don't you think of like little kids and their little mestizas that are doing their little clapping?
Reminds me of the Christmas programs.
Yeah, that's
in
what I mean.
elementary school.
Yeah.
And as KUAM top fan Roberto Fraccassini said that is actually a clarinet that's being played, not an oboe. Like
Right, yeah. Because I know a lot of people out there were just really thought it was an oboe. So thanks for that, Jay. 712, Johnny Sablon. Yeah, guys, it's Christmas. And the way this car score is dropping, it's going to be a good Christmas. Yep. Uh-huh. Have you guys had Banella's Doggo yet?
No.
I have. Ooh, it was good too.
You know, Sherry.
Where do you order it from? There's got to be.
Okay, I don't know if he does it on the regular market, but Lenny Farron, we're able to get a bag of the batter, and I fried it up. I think like last weekend before last, man. Because I did an apprenticeship with Antinati, where we went out and I want to share that again. We went out. With Jess Fujikawa, went out, hunted for the lumut. They took me up to Arunau. And then, remember I did that whole thing with the nativity scene? And then she taught me how to make Banelas Dogu. So it's really interesting because the way she taught me, it's the old way, very hands-on and hands-in. And so how you do the batter, and if you guys know how to make Banelas Dogu, then, you know, this is probably familiar to you. But if you don't, then it's probably like, what the hell? But you you put the batter in your hand and you squeeze it out like that. And so it basically makes like a little, for lack of a better description, like a little sperm shape. Because it's like a ball with a little whip. You know, that to me, that's the best Banelas Dogu when it has that little tail because it's crispy.
For lack of a very more appropriate
a
description.
a tadpole shape. Is that better? Yeah, BJ's having a good time with this one. So you squeeze it out of your hand and then you drop it in the oil. But the thing is with this batter that we got from Lenny, it was like just already good to go. And I was able to use the little tiny ice cream scooper. Dude, and that thing turned out like freaking the sphere of the globe.
Okay, wait.
It was round.
Okay, when you get down with Banelas Dogu, do you put powdered sugar or do you just take it straight out the fryer?
I like it straight out.
You let it dry out like a little bit first on the paper towel, or do you just like go like a little bit wet?
No, if you fry it right, it won't be a little wet. That's the thing, is your oil's got to be on point so it goes in and it seals outside and the oil doesn't go in and you squeeze it. Don't be scared of the oil. That's the first thing my grandma taught me about cooking, was she was like, if you're scared of the oil, it's going to hit you. Which it makes sense. I mean, you think it's not even magic or folklore. It's just like if you're scared of something, you're going to be going in like, and then you're going to make a mistake. And so the first few times I fried, I was scared of the oil, and the thing like popped, and I would always have these like huge like oil burns on my chest. Am I the only one who got that? Yeah, battle scars, right, of eating. And so, yeah, don't be scared of the oil. Make sure your oil's good and hot, Jay. But I think with the Banelas Dogu, are you guys like pancake syrup or sugar water?
Syrup.
Syrup? Because I tried it with this bougie maple, there's some kind of like maples. Dude, it's good. Yeah. So anyway, I've already had Banelas Dogu twice, guys, as you can tell. So that being said, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. It's already December the 3rd. And let's bring on the public auditor now, BJ Cruz, in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, BJ.
Good morning.
Were we making you hungry talking about Banelas Dogu, or?
Yes.
Have you had Banelas Dogu this holiday season yet?
Not yet. I
Well.
try to stay away from fried food.
God. Right on. Well,
I may break down.
You know what I was thinking, though, as I was frying it? I was thinking, could you steam this? I think you could steam it. It probably
Try
wouldn't be
it.
as
Try
good.
it and let us know.
Yeah, okay, fine. Or even boil it. I think if you're, I don't know, there's got to be some healthy alternative. Or what if you made like a Banelas Dogu loaf? How's that sound, BJ? Does that sound good? A Banelas
Fried
Dogu?
in the air fryer.
There you go. Yep. My son-in-law's an air fryer. Let's try that out. Okay, so let's get into the business side of it now. Public Auditor BJ Cruz came out with an audit. This is like the first audit on the spending of the COVID CARES funds. And I know that for the most part, you were kind of okay with the spending, but I did see that there were some red pen notations that you had made in that audit. And I guess we'll just start there, and then we'll go into the response. Adeloop firing off a response late yesterday afternoon. So just what were some of the problems that your office found with the way the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration had spent these CARES funds?
Well, first, it wasn't the spending. This was just the budget plan that was presented last March or April that we were looking at. And very early, within the first page of the report, in bold letters, we admit that the administration has been following the federal guidelines. So I don't know why they were so upset, but the thing was that what we've learned, at least our auditors have learned in some of our training classes, is that you should have internal controls and some specific plans on how you're planning on or you want to use this money. Because at least the word that we got from our training in the Department of Interior was when you have specific plans for the use of that money, they found that the departments use those funds more appropriately than others that had vague plans. And internal controls are important because if you have the important controls and they are written, not something that, you can say, well, this has been our robust practice ever since. It's, yes, I know they have some practices, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is appropriate for this time and age. And so we were looking for something more specific because we believe that if there isn't specific internal controls, then you're more likely to mess up and get into trouble that way. So those were the things that we looked at. We also found that there were some budget items that we had problems trying to figure out how it had a nexus to coronavirus. And
like which ones? Name a couple so we have an idea.
Well, the thing is that in the audit, we've not named them. We've just, we've accumulated, we've listed them for Part B, and we're going to ask for the expenditure reports on these items and see how it's been used. And maybe we'll find that there was, and I'm hoping that we do, because I really don't want to find that we've misspent any money. That's not my intent. I'm not here for a gotcha moment. I'm here hopefully for prevention. That if we learn how to do things correctly, then we won't make the mistakes again. And that's, one of the reasons, one of my next audit reports that's going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks is compliance with the procurement appeal, and how I passed that legislation several years ago to insist and require that people involved in procurement have the requisite training. And it's not so that I can say I got you, but it was my hope that by training that we could do things properly as intended by the statute, and we wouldn't have appeals and protests. And so that's all I'm hoping to do in this office, is to establish policies and procedures and recommendations that's going to prevent future misuse of funds.
Did this part?
And the other thing that I wanted to highlight, because it was mentioned in an article this morning, that the Department of Interior and some of the federal government agencies have underwritten a group called the Graduate School. And the Graduate School provides training to those of us in the territories. And I think some of the states actually, they go in and they train public auditors about how to audit things. And they even do training for financial people. When Guam hosted the APIPA conference 2 summers ago, Graduate School put that on. We had over 400 people from throughout the Pacific, and we had people from Department of Administration, DOE, all the government agencies. We had over 200 delegates from Guam, and it was all to train on how to apply for grants, how to spend money for grants, how to audit the use of these monies. And so they believe that through the Graduate School, if we all get the requisite training, then they don't have to worry about the money that they're sending to us being misspent. And so we try to get as much training as we can from the Graduate School. And they were the ones that provided us the training in October on how to audit CARES funds expenditures. And we had representatives from the GAO, the Inspector General of Office of the Department of Interior, and 2 representatives from the state auditor's office in Denver, Colorado. And they talked about what they'd been doing, and they were really, really helpful. And after the class, I texted one of them and I asked if they would be willing to review a report that we were planning on coming out with. And they said, sure, they'd be more than willing to do that. And when they reviewed our report, they had a glowing review of the report about how these were the kinds of things that they were finding. They were also finding that internal controls weren't being established or implemented. They were finding that vague plans for spending were producing problems. And so they thought that the report was excellent. And that was almost the first line in her response to us. So I was very proud of the work product of my staff, and I stand by it.
Yeah, so they sent out a release. I'm pretty sure you saw that. Adelup sent out a release.
And it admits that there should be internal controls. They just say that they have internal controls that have been established.
Right. Let me read from this Dear BJ letter. BBMR and DOA have reviewed the report and have advised you, the OPA, that existing financial controls are robust and more than sufficient to support expenditures under this funding source. DOA and BBMR have been careful to follow U.S. Treasury guidelines as they have been issued and amended. Reports on expenditures as of August 31st, September 30, and October 31st, 2020 were posted on the Office of the Governor's website. BBMR and DOA have adhered to the Department of Treasury guidance and executive orders in establishing and updating budget numbers for a plan for the judicious use of these funds during the applicable period. The budget, which was submitted to the legislature on May 5th, 2020, and its subsequent updates have been carefully reviewed and monitored to make the best use of these funds. BBMR and DOA have written to the OPA indicating their disagreement with this part of the OPA's report.
And we have, and that's why this audit took so long. When we do our reports, we have an engagement meeting at the very beginning with the agency that we're going to look at. After we have an initial draft, we provide a copy of it to the agency and allow them time to respond. We meet with them and discuss it. Then we rewrite if necessary. And then we have a closing meeting with them, at which time we again give them time to respond. And sometimes, it's hard to set up these Zoom meetings now because of everybody having Zoom meetings, it seems. And so it's hard to schedule Zoom meetings. And then we give them time. I mean, sometimes it takes weeks for responses from some of the agencies after we've given them time to respond. And then we meet with them and we look at what their response is. They provided us a 900-page response after we gave them time to respond the last time. Oh. And my auditors looked at it and actually came back to me and said, they've actually provided more information that we find questionable, and we've already marked as something that we should look at for the next audit. And so I'm comfortable and confident with what my staff has produced, and we are planning already and are going to be meeting with agencies to look at the actual expenditures themselves, and we'll address that in the next audit. And I'm losing all my hair now because I'm trying to push out at least 3 more audits before the end of the month and a decision on procurement appeal. And so we're very busy at the office, and we're very short-staffed. 2 of our staff have been hired by the Department of Administration.
Are you worried
And
about
they
them,
were
them
also-
giving inside info to DOA? Hey, here's what he was looking
Well,
at. Go ahead
no.
and change that up.
No, they're very competent. They're two of my certified fraud investigators. I mean, they're actually certified in fraud investigation, and I lost both of them, and that means I have none right now.
Wow.
Last year, I lost one of my two CPAs, and I'm still trying to encourage my staff to take the test so that they can all get their own certifications, and so
when
we're trying to build up the staff that we have.
when the spending comes in and you start auditing that, what are based on your review of the budget, or even just based on your review of media reports and publicized expenditures, what are going to be some of the things that you're going to be taking a keen interest in?
Well, we're hoping that everything has proper documentation with it. As in some of our earlier meetings, I mentioned to the administration that I noticed that since May, when Treasury started to send out these guidances and FAQs, I've noticed that sometimes in May, they may have said one thing, and in July, they're saying another thing. And so I've cautioned everyone to please make sure that when you make a decision that you're going to spend this money on this program, just make a copy of that page from the FAQ or the guidelines that says that you can, because if they change it later in their guidances, you can at least say, when I did it pursuant to what you had recommended, or at least advised at the time that you advised it. So,
BJ, I had a question. You said the budget, is this the May budget that was submitted by the governor or BBMR to the legislature?
Yes.
Okay. And so did this part one report, did it look into the expenditures for quarantine in the first round of quarantine hotels?
Not in this report. Hopefully before the end of the month, we will be issuing our separate audit on COVID hotels.
Oh, okay. When you said
we have three COVID audits that were ongoing simultaneously at the office, because you guys kept insisting that things be different, be audited. This first one was just on the budget, which was mandated by statute. The second one is going to be on differential pay, because there was that whole big issue at one point on differential pay. And the third is going to be on the COVID hotels and expenditures and the authority behind that.
Okay.
And hopefully those will all be released before the end of the month.
Okay. And you mentioned specific plans that should have been submitted or weren't submitted or weren't. Can you tell me a little bit or explain a little bit more about what you meant by that?
Well, it would be like, why, when Department of Revenue and Taxation requested a certain amount, did your budget provide $5 million more than they had requested? What was it and what are they going to spend it on?
Mm-hmm.
And I know what you want to spend it on, but has that been, is that something COVID related, or is it, as the initial law says, it shouldn't be spent for things that have been budgeted for or should have been budgeted for before a certain date? And that's all we're looking at.
Like things like iPads, are you looking at that? Laptops, battery backup, hard drives, things like that? smart TVs,
I'm going to wait on commenting on those until I see how it's spent. I mean, if after it's spent, and they provide the justification for it, we see that it was indeed necessary for the continued operation of the office because of COVID, then I'll have to, we'll have to find that it is a justifiable expense. If we find that it wasn't, then we'll make that finding also. But I want to wait until actually I see the actual purchase, how it was done, and what it's being actually used for. Okay.
Right. And because this is federal monies, I know that we've heard before, the legislature can't tell the governor how to spend federal money. What does this audit mean in the end? I mean, can the OPA really, I don't know, what kind of weight does this have? I mean,
I think it only addresses the concerns and the demands of the community. I mean, every December, my office sits down and decides what our strategic plan, our action plan is for next year. And we list the audits that we're going to try to do. We have 10 or 12 listed as planned for the next year. But as that's not, chiseled into concrete. It changes. And if, as happened early this year with the COVID, and $1 billion coming to Guam, and the community demanding by statute a semi-annual report from my office, and you guys in talk radio having questions about COVID hotels or having questions about differential pay, and there's this whole uproar in the community that they want to know what these things are, then we change the plans, and I'll talk to the auditors and say, can we move this in place of something that's not as currently relevant or as of major concern to the community. I mean, if I had an unlimited staff, I'd be able to do my plan for next year plus take into account anything that comes up in the interim. But right now, as small as my staff is, we can only do just so many at one time. And so then we have to reprioritize our plans.
Well, no, I certainly appreciate you and your staff's effort. It's good to have a pair of eyes or sets of eyes on how this money is being spent. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for listening to the link. Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Our pleasure.
I hope this puts us all to rest.
I'm pretty sure it won't, because now they're going to clap back at whatever you said in this interview. And then
Dear. Okay.
It's a bit tedious, but it is what it is.
Okay.
Thank you, BJ.
I see you have more important people up after me, doctors, let's take care of this thing so we can have a good Christmas.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Right on, BJ. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, if we don't see you before Christmas, but I have a feeling we will. So I'll
Talk
wish
to
you
you
one.
tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
When the other audits come out, you will definitely be seeing me.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Thanks, BJ. What do we got, Jay?
You were talking about Benella's doggo, so I think you.
Yeah, well, there's virtual Benella's doggo there, BJ. If you want to take some on your way out. I'm sorry, it's fried the good old-fashioned way in oil. So.
Bye.
Bye. See ya. Okay. You can always do that thing. You ever get those people, they put fried food in a paper towel and they squeeze the hell out of it? Why
That's
would you
me.
do that? Yeah, that's why would you do
I'm that guy.
Yeah, you are that guy.
Okay. You also were talking about Banilla's Doggo, and do you do and of the comments were going crazy, and people were like, no, you have to have sugar water. No, you have to have maple syrup. I'm the guy that does powdered sugar.
Right on.
Yeah.
To each his own. Guys, we'll take a quick break, and we're coming back. We have Dr. Tom Shea. I asked him to come on yesterday, and then this morning I was like, oh, man, let me see if anyone wants to come on with him, and we do have Dr. Hoa to come on at 7:38, so we'll get to that after this. It's The Link on the Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and McDonald's of Guam want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, then snap a few shots or a video of your delightful display and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
There's nothing that can brighten more spirits than the beauty of Christmas decor and holiday lights. And with our Making Spirits Bright segments brought to you by McDonald's of Guam, KUAM Communications wants to showcase everyone's efforts. Send us photos of your decorations via social media messenger, direct message, or email to promotions@kuam.com to add to the spirit of the season. Find segments every Friday in December on the social media platforms of KUAM News and showcased in a weekly montage of KUAM News Weekend Edition. Making Spirits Bright is brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Get your car score down. Good morning, St. Francis Children Choir. Isn't it funny to think that all the kids in this song are probably all grown up?
This came out in what, 1996, right?
No way.
When St. Francis Choir released this CD, everybody had this too.
Graduated college, everything.
Yeah, they're grown. They're probably grandparents now. They're like, hey, boy, that's me in that song. And the kids are like, get out of here, Grandpa. That ain't you. Get crazy. They didn't have music when you were a kid.
They're about 24, 25.
Yeah. 7:45. Let's go to the Zoom room here, KUAM News Zoom room, where we have Dr. Tom Shea and Dr. Hoa Wen standing by. We'll go ahead and give an opening to Dr. Shea here, and then we'll fold in Dr. Hoa into this conversation. Hi, Doc. Good morning, Dr. Shea. Thanks for coming on.
Oh.
Unmute.
Are you there, Dr. Shea?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right.
I think Jason muted me, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Here we go.
How dare you?
Doc, good morning. Nice to see you. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm in Honolulu right now, so I'm using my small iPhone here. I don't have my computer with me, so let me just put it on the table and make sure that it's okay. Yeah, you can hear me okay, right?
Hear you very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
I can also hear myself.
Oh, what is that? Oh, there. Okay.
How's Guam doing?
It's snowing.
Hawaii's doing great. I can tell you that. Everything's opened up. I think we're into our second, it's been 2 months, going to our third month of pre-test arrivals. So it's opened up pretty well. So I think it's doing pretty good. I think our rolling average is about 2% over the last couple of months.
Wow.
So I think that's pretty darn good.
So
I see Christmas
car
lights
score.
up.
What's Hawaii's
Car score.
What's
you're gonna
Hawaii's
get me
car
started on
score?
the car score. We don't use car scores here. I think Guam is the only place that actually using the car scores, But, like I said, the car scores, a couple of things on the car scores. For example, like the retransmission rates, those are dependent on contact tracing. Right now, just the other day, or just 2 days ago, one of my patients saying that, hey, one of my family tests positive. He never got a call from public health until 3 or 4 days later. You can't do contact tracing like that. Contact tracing needs to be done within 24 hours. And Hawaii is doing a pretty good job in contact tracing. So I think that's pretty good. In addition, I think the reason why the pre-test is good, also because you're screening people if you come on board. So, you count those tests too. You want people to get tested. And the way Hawaii is doing it is that if they get pre-tested and come on board, there's no quarantine. I think that's good. I know that Guam is wanting to use the antigen test. I think that's the new thing that Guam wants to use. But you got to remember now, the federal government spent almost $800 million to buy these quick tests before it was even approved and before any scientific data was issued. So that was kind of a Trump or the White House deal with it. Now we got stuck with these millions of tests. I say use them. I think it's okay to use them, but I think the FDA has issued a guideline to use that, which is use it on symptomatics. Even public health issue a guideline to memo to all the doctors to use it for symptomatic patients, not for asymptomatic. And certainly, I think when the U.S. Surgeon General had in the conference had mentioned that we should use that for serial testing. Serial testing is not something that you test one point in time in a mass testing, type of a protocol. The serial testing is that you use it, you test the same person over a month, over a week's period. You get tested today, you get tested next week, and you use that for serial testing, certainly not in a mass testing situation. So that's just my comment on that. But I think I'm at a point where I'm so tired of this, I just want to get out of this because I want the island back. So I really don't care what test they use. And if the CAR score, if they're going to use that as fabricated matrix for how they want to do it, it doesn't really matter to me. But just know that when you use the antigen test, there is going to be, areas where you're going to have, a false negative test that comes up. So it gives you a false sense of security. And I think that's going to be a big issue for Guam when it comes time for that. So those are my comments on that. So as far as I know, I think it's time that, we move on. I think we have a new president that's in place, and let's roll, because I think it's time that Guam open up, and I think we can do it safely. I do not think the antigen test is going to be the answer to it. But if you're going to use the antigen test, I think the BD antigen test is actually the superior test. And I think even Hoa would agree that AMC has about 6 of those machines. Majority of the clinic actually has a BD antigen test. So I encourage them to use it, use whatever testing capacity they have. But certainly the Binax has its failures. So if you're going to do that, you got to do serial testing, not in a mass testing arena.
Let's go ahead and get Dr. Ho on here. Doc, I guess just first of all, if you wanted to respond to Dr. Shea's comments about the CAR score, which I believe he just called a fabricated matrix.
Yeah.
Morning, Doc.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Hey. Okay. So, we have to understand some things. When we talk about something that the CAR score, the antigen test, you have to have really a knowledge of what's going on before you talk. The CAR score is not fabricated. We use 3 metrics there in the community to try to gauge something that we can actually measure. That's the new case per 100,000, the positive rate, and the spread. Those 3 are very important for anybody to kind of look at it and see how well the community, how well the diseases in the community at this point, and how we control them. And the CAR score really correlate what we see in the clinic. Tier 2 and Tier 3 clinic, it's just like the pulse of the COVID-19 in Guam. We know when it's go up, and we let public health know we know when it's coming down. The CAR score, for the reason that it was very high in the past few weeks, because there's a home cluster that you have hundreds positive in one day because of construction and because of DOC. So you're going to see the number rise very high, and then once the cluster has been controlled, it comes down to CAR score very nicely, to where we are at 3 to 4% at this point. Just like I told my clinic, this is the last 2 days is that the first time that we see as many sick visits we see, that we have 0 case of positive in the clinic. That's just amazing. It's correlates so well with the CAR score that you have to know that it's used for purpose, and it set a goal for the community to abide by it and look at it and say, hey, we can do this thing less than 5, so we can go somewhat, some near normal for Christmas, right? And look like, for like Thanksgiving, what the cost for so far stay down, and I pray that it stay down like that, because I think our community understand and did take some precaution, because we should see a little bit of a rise in the positive case already, because we are on I think Wednesday now, so we have to this weekend to really find out. But a cost score, everyone in the world use different way to judge it. We use this cost score not to fabricate anything. It's just basically put a goal there so that everyone can strive to it and make sure that, hey, if we get less than 5 for a week or 2, we can relax some restriction, everything like that. But use some real number. You cannot fabricate those numbers. You cannot fabricate the number of positivity, the number of new case per 100,000. We cannot do the spread over 7 days. We cannot fabricate those. Those are real numbers you see. So I think that if you understand more about the cost score, and we try to do more education on the public how to use that, it's a very useful tool. It's going to change in the future. Yes, it's dynamic. The any type of platform we use to judge the infection is dynamically changed, because just like the same thing we learned with this virus, it changes every day. We learn to change it. So it's going to be more adjustment of the cost score on what criteria we use in the future. So I think that we have to try to work with it and make some understand, and not just to say it's fabricated. It's not. Those numbers are real number. Regarding antigen tests, antigen tests, everyone know, is not the gold standard. The gold standard for this thing is PCR testing. Now, the EUA, the FDA, emergency use of this thing authorization, yes, it say the antigen test, they call a point of care. The point of care is something that you use in the clinic, setting to identify sick visit in order to try to screen out the positive one in the clinic. But also, if you read the entire authorization, it had 2 things. Yes, you can use number 1 as serial in the place, like in the dorm, in the housing, just like the construction housing, to do serial testing in order to try to screen out the positive, because most of them, 60-70% are asymptomatic. So you want to screen those people out, you try to catch them in the serial testing. But it's also, number 2, it tell you that in case where that you want to do the screening for asymptomatic patient, that number 1 is because the PCR, because the time lag behind, which will take about a day to run, and also it take a day or 2 for the positive, and we get to contact the patient, or on the fee. And so if you have those 2, because the cost or the duration of run the test to get back to the patient is a problem, then we authorization the FDA EUA approval for the antigen test. We all know that it's not the most sensitive things. You will miss some true positive case in the asymptomatic people. You will miss about 30% of them. But like I say, when you have a situation where post-Thanksgiving, you expect things to rise, you need to use some antigen kit or some type of platform that you can screen hundreds of people, up to 1,000 people a day, and you can tell that they're positive or not in about 15 minutes, and you can notify the person at the spot. You don't have to wait for a day or 2 with the PCR testing. I think the strategy changed, and I think it's very good for public health to use those antigen tests at the mass testing at this point, where you need to do 100 tests or 1,000 tests a day, just so that way you can screen, catch 60-70% of the positive asymptomatic, which is better than do nothing at this point, or better to do the PCR and wait a day or 2 and miss those positive until you get a hold of them. So I think the antigen test is perfectly normal to use. Again, it's FDA approved way to use it. It's not an authorization. It's an approved use of it. And at the testing site, they do screening. I know, Sabrina, you went through that testing, and they ask you, do you have any symptom of cough, cold, congestion, anything like that? And if you have any symptom and your antigen test is negative and doesn't make no sense, someone there will do the test again, but now it's going to be on the Abbott molecular test or ID, or you're going to swap a PCR, just confirm that.
That's exactly what happened with Sabrina.
At the site, they do that. So, they don't, if you have, you show up there, fever, cough, and cold, and that antigen test is negative, they will swap you again to run on the other platform to confirm that. So there's backup plan there at the site that they do in order to do it. But again,
but if the antigen tests were, these Binax now are for symptomatic patients, why would I need to go back in if I had the symptoms and get a PCR test?
Yeah, Sabrina, sometimes the Binax antigen kit, they miss you even when you're symptomatic. The chain is that you go to the Binax, the Abbott ID, which will have the clinic, and you have the PCR. Sometimes even the Abbott ID will miss it, but the PCR test will be positive. So you have a kind of level of sensitivity that go up as you use different platform. So that's why when you, even with Abbott ID, that if it doesn't make sense to us, we're going to swap you and run on the PCR testing. So it's just a level of sensitivity that we have to work up based on the suspicious of your symptoms. So that's the reason why, like I say, it's really hard to run PCR testing on 700-800 people a day and have to keep up with notify them. Typically, you can see that it takes a day or two or longer to notify someone that's positive because all the work behind after you do the PCR testing. But when you have something that you can provide you a 10 to 15 minutes notification, especially if you wait there in your car when they call you or contact you, right away. So that's why the advantage of the antigen test is it really rapid, 10 to 15 minutes. And I say FDA, EUA, if you read the whole strip that they give to you, is one of the authorization that you can use that in screening if you need to be. So it's not that you use something that they don't recommend. It's I can say that.
Doc, let me go in real quick, and then we'll throw it back over to Dr. Shea. We're KUAM FM and Antigen Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, jump back onto our Facebook Live feed, or you can catch the rest of the link on the breeze right here on the radio. Again, we're 93.9 FM. To our viewers on KUAM TV, there's a whole lot of great programming coming up. Or you could jump on the show and catch the rest of this interview. We've got a whole lot more coming up on the link. Like they say, miss a link, miss a lot. So come on in. The water's fine. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
KUAM TV, hasta adios. And we are back here on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Dr. Shea, did you want to respond to Dr. Hoa's response to your response?
Yeah, well, a couple of things. I think Dr. Ho already admitted that the antigen test would miss about 30 to 40%, and that's what the data is showing us. So if you're going to use that missed 30 to 40%, and certainly if you imply that the CAR score is based on science, you're already missing 30 to 40%. So the inaccuracy or using the three-figured is already skewed. I mean, if you really take a look at, if you really want to look at the test positivity rate, you should be using one simple test. If you're going to stick with PCR, stick with PCR. But certainly the EUA does not indicate in the entire EUA authorization for mass testing, for schools, for serial testing, for geriatric care. I think those situations, I think it's okay to use because you're testing the same person over a time period, weeks and weeks and weeks. That's what serial testing is. When you use it for mass testing, you use it for that one point in time. Sure, you were in the car. Oh yeah, your test is negative. But listen, we're gonna, 30% or 40% may be missed. So you may be positive that we don't know. So you give them that false sense of security As far as contact tracing go, I do agree that we have to make a big improvement in contact tracing, because to notify somebody who's 3 days later, that's inexcusable. And because of the lack of contact tracing, it's not an excuse to use a lower sensitivity to tests. When you say the scores are not fabricated, I'm not saying the scores are fabricated. I'm just scores the actual test numbers are there, but the metric itself is a fabricated metrics, because when you look at it, you're using antigen tests, which is you're going to miss already 30 to 40%. So if you're going to plug those numbers into your metrics, you're already going to be offset by 30 to 40%. Unless you tell me that if you test 50 positive and you add another 30 or 50% to the possible testing that you missed, maybe I think that if you can use that as a way to look at it. But you got to remember now, retransmission number in the metric that they use for CAR score is contingent on contact tracing, the efficiency of contact tracing, which is very poorly done in Guam. And even Hoa said you can't contact trace when you have hundreds of positives. Now, the people don't have control of who you test. So there is testing bias there, a selection bias as well. So I think overall, I don't pay attention to CAR score, and Hawaii certainly doesn't, and we're doing well here. When Hawaii did their pre-test arrival, there was a lot of criticism, and I'm sure a lot of people maybe hope they'll fail, but certainly it's been.
I think he's frozen.
What'd you do, Doc?
Success so far is opening up. I think Japan is actually going to.
Yeah, you're freezing, Doc. Not sure what's going on with Dr. Shai. Dr. Hoa, did you want to respond?
Yeah, like I said, when we use antigen card in the mass testing, again, is one of the FDA EUA approved method of testing asymptomatic people. You have to actually read the whole FDA EUA approved authorization form. You don't read just one sentence and then boom, that's all it used. So you have to have multiple. You have to read the whole thing. The whole thing authorized you to use on screening for asymptomatic people. Like I said, it's the best thing that we can use post Thanksgiving. That you can maximize the number of tests that you can do per day and have the result come out right away. So they do have some positive that coming out the antigen test mass testing, and they immediately isolate the patient. So that cut down the spread in the community. And they also run some kind of QC when you have a positive or you have a negative. They run both the specimen on the antigen and also on either the Abbott ID or the PCR, just to kind of correlate the negative and the positive so far. So far, every test that they run for correlation match up pretty well, 100%. And I think that they will try to finish or own the correlation and report that back in the next few days after they finish the testing. Again, it's an authorized use on the asymptomatic screening of the patient. So it's not like it's something that we just invented here. No, it's not. It's on the literature. It's on the insert for the binax antigen kit. Like I said, we're gonna miss it. Even the PCR will miss it. Sometimes when you have patients that we see that have only symptom, and the PCR test come back as negative, and we say, "Wow, some patient have everything." So, and not everything 100%, but I think we need to use the time where it's most likely efficient to use, and this is the perfect time. It cannot come in another time that we had. We just received the 30,000, and I think we receive a lot more. And just during the time where the post Thanksgiving and Christmas coming, yes, we're gonna use everything in order to screen the positive one, in order to keep our community, safe. So it's very well thought use, and it's authorized use. They're not going to use something that is not indicated by the FDA EUA guideline, and that's what one guideline authorized you to do that.
So the FDA EUA said that it was okay to use on asymptomatic patients. That's what it says.
If you read through the insert on the Binax, midway through it tell you that's an authorized use to use it. Okay, I will send you a picture, a link, so you can read through that in the middle. In the middle, it will give you the use asymptomatic screening. So I will text you that insert from the Binax antigen card, so that way you know that what's it saying there in black and white is true. Preferably, like anything else, if your preferred choice is to use symptomatic patient only, but also that other choice you can use if you need to use it. So I will send that over to you.
Okay, Doc, do you know if this is being used at any nursing homes on Guam or at the prison?
Yeah. They're going to use that for serial use in the confined area, like the nursing home, like St. Dominic or at DOC, so you can serial test people. That's another use of the Binax antigen card that's authorized, is serial testing people to make sure that they don't convert. That's called surveillance, and that's so you can use that for surveillance. To make sure that you screen out the asymptomatic positive person. So that's the third use of the antigen Binax card. So I'm very sure that they're going to use, but they're going to receive, I think, another few, like 100,000 this ID.
I read the HHS website, and so it said Guam was allocated 50,000, and so we received the 30.
Yes.
So
we're going to receive
20.
So we receive a lot more than that. So we're going to use it because it's really fast. Like I say, it's not a perfect system, and I want to make it clear, it's not perfect. We know that's not perfect, but this time, if we can catch, 1 or 2 or 10 out there that asymptomatic, is good, because those people can spread out the virus in the community, but they don't know about it. So anything better than nothing, right? So just I will tell my patient, if I can do something and save one person's life, it's well worth everything that we do. So there's a lot of criticism out there, but again, catching a few, one can spread out to many. So worth every bit of it.
Dr. Shea?
Yeah, I have the FDA EUA right in front of me. If I can kind of go over that with you. For the EUA use is for symptomatic. In fact, public health themselves, and this is where the constructive criticism that I've given to public health is that they issued a memo to all the doctors and saying that if you're going to use this Binax card, the $5 card, we want you to use it only for symptomatic patients. I've asked them to change that memo, and I haven't seen it change yet. But yet they use it on people who are asymptomatic. So that is a inconsistent message that they provided to us. When I asked the CDC representative on Guam, why is that the case? And he mentioned that, well, that's the case because we don't want the clinics to be doing it for free. You can do the test for free, but we want the sick patient to come in so you can charge for the sick visit. To me, that's not an indication to use it or to use the memo in that situations. Now I have the actual FDA EUA authorization in front of me. Now here is what it says, okay? It says FDA has clarified the POC point of care antigen test program. for the use of asymptomatic in certain situations. In this entire paragraph, it does not mention one bit about using it for mass testing. It does not. What it does state is that you can use it, basically, in summary, if your contact tracing is prolonged or the return time is prolonged, healthcare providers may consider the use of a less sensitive point-of-care test, even if they do not specifically authorize the use as off-label. For congregate care setting, that's what it says, for congregate care setting like nursing homes or similar settings. For repeated use of PCR tests may be superior to overall infection control. That's what it says. Basically what it says is using it in a congregate setting for serial testing. A mass testing is not EUA authorized by the FDA. So, you know, we can sit here and argue about this point about using this test. I'm not against using this test. What I'm saying is that if you're going to use this test for mass testing, this is what I would suggest. And I'll give another constructive, if you have coming out to test in Dededo, I want you to take their names down and have them come back again a week later to do the same test. And then that's what you call serial testing. And that is what I think is do serial testing, not for mass testing. Mass testing is only at one point in time, you get tested, oh, you're negative, go on your way. You never ask that same person to come back to get retested. So if you're gonna do this, use this particular test for EUA authorized use, and if you're gonna use it for off-label use for asymptomatic patients, then I would do the same thing as you would do in a clinic for serial testing. And that's what the recommendation that I would give. And I think the Surgeon General will agree with that. But to use it for EUA, as far as saying, hey, that if you read the entire paragraph, it does not say nothing in the paragraph has said it's being used for mass testing. So if you're gonna use the data, the numbers that you use for the antigen test and plug that into the CAR score, you're not getting the full community spread. You're just not. That's why you see the CAR score all of a sudden go from 45 down to what? 27 down to less than 5 or in a week or two, because the score that you're putting in is not the accurate infection rate. That is not what it is, because you're using antigens now for mass testing. So you have to use that for serial testing. We use antigen testing for testing staff members, you know, for nursing homes, etc. That's what you can use this for, and that's what the effectiveness is, if you're going to use it on asymptomatics. But again, going back, I really don't, at this point in time, I really don't think they're going to listen to me anyway, Sabrina. So I'm like talking about in thin air, you know? I don't have any authority. But if you based on consistency and inconsistency, again, read the public health memo. It says use it on symptomatics only. And then they go out and use the asymptomatics. So I'm hoping they'll change that memo. But if you're going to do that, you got to test it serially. You test it one time, you tell the person, hey, you got to publicly inform the people you're testing that if you're going to go to the Dededo or Tomuning and get this antigen CAR-T, you have to tell them, hey, we're going to miss about 30 to 40% of you. So don't just leave here and say, hey, you're negative. Aloha, see you later, have a day. You know, I think what you should do is to take their name down and come back next week, test again. And you have to log that down and do the serial testing that way. I think that's a constructive input from me to public. It's not a criticism. I think if you follow that, I think you're gonna be able to open up a little easier, but it's gonna be difficult to do serial testing as a mass testing situation. But this Binax is not being used for mass testing. This is not the way to do it.
Dr. Ho, is that the strategy? I mean, when we had on Janella, she said they re-strategized how they were going to do testing, and so by having this mass community testing this week, they're hoping to have it every week and thereafter. Is that what you guys are doing? Is that the plan? The new plan?
You know, yeah. So
so that it's serial.
We will use this to the best ability that we can use it. Like I say, I mean, that's one the authorization that we can use. Again, you know, I will send you to the site so you can look at it yourself. But again, like I said, when you do 700 tests and look like people are turning out for that, so we really appreciate people doing that, but they care when they turn out. So basically, like I said, we catch the positive, the asymptomatic, and again, everyone that you catch, you will save the spreading in the community. So it's not everything, like I say, it's not perfect, but we have to use it to the most we can. Again, to do a PCR testing, 700-800 of the tests out there for screening, you can run that many PCR tests per day and be able to get back to the people right away. So like I say, you will miss some, and I tell you will miss some, but very few. But again, everyone that we catch is positive. They will save the spread in the community. And again, every Binax positive, yeah, they correlate that again with the PCR testing to make sure that it's not a false positive in these asymptomatic people. And so far, they correlate pretty well with the PCR testing. So I tell you, it's not the best, but it's the best use at this time. That's why I can tell you is that all the positive they catch at the site for the mass testing, just think about it. One person can spread to the next person and it's multiplied. So for us to do that is very good. And the CAR score, Dr. Shea got to understand, like I told you already, is that, you know, the CAR score is super high in the past few weeks just because there's a huge cluster on 300-400 positive per day. It will screw that CAR score very high. But again, the CAR score is very down and low at this point, and it does correlate with the clinic visit. You know, again, it's very hard to have 2 consecutive days that we have 0 positive, as many people that come through the clinic for sick visit. That telling you that we are improving, and we are improving because the community are doing this, their responsibility. So again, we hope that it continue to be 0 in the clinic for the next few days into next month, Tuesday. So we know the Thanksgiving, people do listen. A few people that criticize, they do listen, and we don't have the big rise, a big surge that we expected, which is kudos for the whole community of Guam. Again, you know, everyone try to do everything that they have in the pocket just to try to do the best to screen out and do the right thing for Guam. So I think that to criticize every a step that the public health does to the key and to be perfect, nothing in life is perfect. You know, we are going through this thing, and we can use everything we can to try to keep Guam safe. So to me, I say it's not my idea, but I think that's public health did a wonderful thought. They put a lot of thought there on this mass screening, and the timing is correct. So that's good for them. So and we're here just to help. You know, just
yeah,
to
I don't even
sure
understand
that,
the CAR score, but it is what it is, and whatever.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sabrina, I'm going to have to go, but you know, it's not the one last comment is that it's not the false positive that I'm concerned about. It's the false negatives. And we already agreed, and Hoa said that, you know, you're going to miss about 30 to 40%. So those are the ones that I get concerned about, is the one that we miss. I'm not concerned about the ones we catch. But, you know, I think moving forward, let's get out of this. One last comment is that we got to start locking up our arrivals, because our arrivals are less than 0.003 positive. All right, got to go. Baby Maui's waiting. Aloha.
Okay, see you, Doc. Okay.
All right. Merry Christmas, Hoa. See you later. Bye-bye.
Dr. Hoa,
yeah. So we do.
I did want to ask you about the CDC and their recommendations and their changes to the quarantine. Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
Their
I mean, they
new guidelines?
From the 14 days to 7 to 10 days. So I mean, we were hoping they change that to 1 week, and that's what we've been doing in the past few months. Is that if you test out negative on day number 6, that you can relax the quarantine. So I think 14 days is way too long, and I'm very happy that CDC will consider shortening it. So we are looking for that, and we will wait for that. Regarding quarantine, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discussion. We're going to talk on the pack and give advice to try to do something different, either before the holiday or after the holiday, that we can basically let people quarantine at home. Depend on how we do with the positive rate in the community, right? So yeah, we're looking forward to do that. We talk about require everyone to come in to have a pre-arrival PCR, or if they don't do that, we might make them pay at the airport to do PCR. So whatever it is, to try to encourage people to do the pre-arrival PCR so they can get here. So there's a lot of discussion, a lot of detail we have to go through with the Surgeon Cell Public Health in order to see if we can change our quarantine guideline here in Guam. As I said before, after the holiday, but it really depends on what we see the next week or so.
Right.
So, and again, if we can keep the positive rate, the CAR score down, which we did in the past few days, and to me, I'll let you know if we see a rise in case positive in the clinic, or say, if we don't, then we are actually doing very well. And again, if we do very well, thank you a lot for the community for doing it. It's everyone's effort.
So do the governor indicated when Chris talked to her on Giving Tuesday that if the CAR score remains below 5, that we could see further easing of restrictions around December 15th, 16th, and I think 17th. And if she does that, do you foresee the lifting of this PCOR 1 designation? Or does it even matter anymore?
Yeah, I think that if we keep this thing down, a lot of restrictions have been lifted, and we got to go back and look again on the definition of PCOR 1 and 2, and because right now we do so much modification that is really don't fit in the criteria of PCOR 1. So because we
what
have
about
to move
PCOR
on.
Fun? Does it fit into that criteria?
I think as long as we lift some restriction, especially I want to go out and eat, right? And and as long as we do that, it doesn't matter what people we are in. We are open up and relax some restrictions, so it's okay. It doesn't matter what you call it, right?
Have you heard of any fines or penalties that have been issued?
I don't think so. I don't think there's no fine yet. I tell you, either
so everybody's
there's
doing a
no.
good job.
I know they do a lot of inspection, but I don't hear anyone get fined yet. So that means that people listen, and that's the thing that we try to do. Again, like I tell you guys before, it's not the fine or the penalty that enforce it that makes us better. It's the people. If we follow the guideline, what we do, we don't need any fine or any violation on that kind of stuff, any penalty. So far, we're doing good.
Tonight, you guys are the PAGS meeting. You mentioned last week that arrival testing at the airport.
We're gonna meet tonight. That's one of the topics we're gonna discuss a lot. We have surgeons out there, we have public health there. So we're going to discuss that in great detail because, we need to give the governor the advice and what we want to do next. So we will spend a lot of time on those.
Vaccines? Anything on vaccines? Saipan, they got the cold storage units already arrived.
Yeah, I think that the vaccine, they have that team to work on it. And, they have ability to store this vaccine. Just now coming up with a plan to how to distribute it out to the public and who will get first and all that kind of stuff. So
we have the ability to store the vaccines. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we have. I think we have like 3 or 4 of those very cold storage unit, so we can store them.
The government or who has those?
I think the government have it, so that's what I heard yesterday. But again, the key is to how to distribute it to either the clinic or the site to and who identify who going to get first, who's priority. So beside the healthcare worker, the highest risk is the dialysis patient. So those guys will go first just because we have to protect them.
Right.
So something that we have to come up with a careful plan, the priority list, so we can give to the people that really need it first.
Yeah. Have you heard when or how many vaccines we're getting?
I don't know. I heard some case about 3,000 to 4,000 at first, but sometime in December. So it's coming. Like I say, people, and it's going to change the norm. And but remember, people got to understand. You get a vaccine just like any other vaccine. You get a vaccine that will protect you, but doesn't mean that you drop everything you do. You still have to take precaution. We can go back to some new normal, but you have to take precaution. And just like any vaccine, right, protect you if you have it. Hopefully your symptom won't be as bad as you don't have. So can you still get sick? Yes, you can. Just like the flu vaccine. Right. You can get the flu vaccine to protect you, but when you get sick, hopefully the symptom is not as severe and you don't end up in the hospital. So
hopefully you don't turn into a zombie, Doc. That's what the real concern is.
Yeah. Well, hopefully not, but I think that they...
What's the percentage, though? What do you think is the percentage of if you take the vaccine, you're going to turn into a zombie? That's
Chris, this, okay? If they have it, we'll have it.
Okay.
I'll get the... No,
I want to let people... I think we should guinea pig on, some naughty people first, and then how they do, we'll monitor them. Okay, they're good. All right, give it to them, and I'll go.
Okay, well, they have to volunteer first, but I will get it when they get here, not hesitate to do that.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate it. Thanks for going on with Dr. Shea.
Yeah. It's okay.
Thanks for taking care of Dr. Cabrera's light work for him.
We'll catch up with you tomorrow so you can give us an update on the meeting tonight.
Can you come on tomorrow to give us an update on the meeting tonight?
Okay.
Thank you.
I tried. Okay.
All right.
We have a lot of things to do. I have a meeting with you tomorrow on the Zoom with the GHRA anyway. So.
Yeah. That's right. Oh, that's who's coming on tomorrow. Darn it.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Doc.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Bye.
Dr. Hoa. There you go. Dr. Hoa Wen. Very civil discussion, right? With him and Dr. Shea. I was expecting a little more fireworks, but hey, it is what it is. Just glad to get a little counterpoint about the testing, Bree. And Dr. Shea raised that point about the CAR score and how they calculate it and how the contact tracing is a part of it. I thought that was interesting because Dr. Hoa has been critical of the contact tracing with public health, and I think you hear from a lot of people. First of all, I'm not even sure how contact tracing is involved with the CAR score, but I'm just talking about the contact tracing specifically. Like when my son had COVID, he didn't even get a call till like 12 days after he tested positive. So, and that's not even the only one. I hear so many people message me and say, hey, we tested positive. They never followed up on us. So that's definitely an area that needs improvement, whether or not it's part of what's calculated into the CAR score.
For me, when I was waiting for my PCR test results, I wasn't sure how long it was going to take for them to call. So I just called yesterday. I called 311. And
how was that?
I had to listen to Crystal giving the option instructions. And so I think it was press 1. So I pressed it, and then I think it was Debbie. And she took down my information, and like maybe 2-3 hours later, I got the phone call that it was negative. So, it seemed efficient. I wonder if I didn't call, would they have called?
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that we got these new Binax tests, and the
Binax now.
Yeah, the Binax now. The accuracy though of the COVID-19 tests, no matter what test it is, no matter what name it goes by, that's always been an issue since the pandemic started. Remember, there was Abbott had the false negatives or false positives or something. So even going back with all the different tests that we use, the accuracy's always been a big question mark. And so I thought it was interesting that we had all these people on the show talking about this great Binex Now test, and then when you went to go get tested, it turns out that they give you the Binex Now, but then they also give you another test because they're not really sure about the accuracy of the Binex Now. So.
Right, and like I mentioned earlier, the Binex Now, like Dr. Shea was saying, that it was for asymptomatic, symptomatic people.
Right,
and
yeah.
so if I supposedly had the symptoms of COVID, why do I need another test? If that's what they were supposedly specifically designed for. And Janella, when she was on, she said, yes, they were for symptomatic patients. But because the U.S. Surgeon General said that you can use antigen tests for I guess, mass testing, then it's okay. So, yeah, I'd like to see it in writing, what Dr. Ho was referring to, that the FDA authorization said that it was for some asymptomatic patients as well.
Right, yeah. We take a break, or you want to go to Command Sergeant?
I just want to say, people, though, go and get tested. Go take advantage.
Yeah.
Of it doesn't hurt. It's just a couple of swabs.
You sure it doesn't hurt? Because when I watched your video, I was very afraid.
PCR
I was very
one
afraid.
was the one that kind of hurt, but the antigen, it didn't hurt. It was really quick.
The Binex Now.
Yeah, the Binex Now.
Right.
And if, like you said, if it's supposed to be for serial testing, then do it this week and then go back next week.
All right. I wanted to just read a couple of the comments here, Jay, before we jump into that. Our friend Glenn writes, we still must be diligent on protecting ourselves, even if the CAR score is low.
Exactly.
Amen to that. Marie Regis writes, we all know a negative test, even PCR, doesn't mean we're free. We still need to wear masks and social distance. That's the other thing I wanted to say about with the testing. Sometimes it's not even an issue of the test is accurate or the test is not accurate. It all can be very contingent upon your exposure timeline with the virus. So, like, for example, Bree could have went and got tested and been negative, but she doesn't have enough of the cooties of the virus in her to test positive, and a couple of days later, same person, same circumstance could be positive. So that's always even been an issue. Like, if you guys come into close contact, they'll ask you, like, well, when do you think you came into contact with them? And they're not going to test you right there. They'll say, oh, okay, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come in and get tested on Tuesday and monitor yourself for symptoms, because by Tuesday, if you got it after being exposed, it'll show up on the test. So there's a lot of stuff that's at play with these tests. And I'm not even a doctor. I've just been paying attention. So what else we got here? Paloma writes, aren't we all zombies at this point? Teresa Camacho says, yes, they never said to stop the 3 Ws, even if the CAR score is low.
Yep.
We all still need to stay safe. Chamarita writes, that's our lifestyle now.
Yeah, I just think there's just a lot of confusion with the CAR score, and that's why people are kind of criticizing it, I guess you could say, or giving their opinion about it. Because,
which they're totally entitled to do.
Yeah. I mean, even I have issues with it, but, I guess we have to do this, and that's the way it is.
I mean, yeah, there's issues with it. I'm just going to say, of course, we got issues with it, but, I mean, I just think that I agree with some of these comments that no matter what the CAR score says, we just still got to be safe and maintain the social distance. Because there's a couple things at play here that I think it's dangerous to discount the seriousness of the, the contagiousness of the virus. As we've got this CAR score campaign, which is obviously it's running full speed ahead.
Yeah.
And we're under 5. And I mean, if things keep up this way, they're going to lift restrictions by mid-month.
But they definitely should change this whole PCOR.
Yeah, this PCOR one's a joke. It's a joke. It's a big joke. And then the other thing is this talk of this vaccine. So I feel like there are people out there like, oh, well, we're gonna get the vaccine. Yeah, no, gun it. You know what I mean? So I think it's very crucial that, and our audience has been really good about, heeding the protocols and, talking about doing what we have to do. So I think that's key, is that let's not blow it before the vaccine comes. No matter what the freaking CAR score is, let's just hunker it down. I want to see you guys in 2021.
It would just be nice to see if maybe public health or the governor's office, somebody just to hold a press conference just to explain this vaccine, the distribution plan, or what you're working on, when we are anticipated to get it, how many, who's going to get it, just to kind of allay the concerns and just shut down what people are saying, because nobody really knows.
Yeah. Well,
you hear it here, then you hear it there, and then you hear it here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've heard 3 different timelines in, 3 different days. But you're right, they should have like a press conference or something. But, instead of that, we got a video. They put out another video, which and we'll talk about this later because Jay's giving me dirty looks. We're going to turn this over to Jason Solis, profiling what's a pretty historical deal here with Jason and Command Sergeant Major Ron Brantley. So, again, we're turning it over to Jason Solis. This is the link on the Breeze, 93.9.
Yeah, so thanks a lot, and good morning, everybody. And history is being made here on our island by a distinguished member of the Guam National Guard, someone that I've known ever since high school. We didn't go to the same high school, but we were in ROTC together in different battalions. Now Command Sergeant Major Ronald Brantley. We got Chalampago in the house. Well, originally from Chalampago, right, Sergeant Major? And you moved up north.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. I'm up in Jigo now.
Hey, we're practically neighbors then, because I'm in Ipapao, so... Well, first of all, congratulations, because you have recently been appointed to attend the United States Sergeant Majors Academy Fellowship Program, which, as I understand it, is unbelievably exclusive. I mean, it's not just, if you got 3 up and 3 down with a star in the middle, you're appointed to this, you have to be a tenured member of the military. You have to actually distinguish yourself with a lot of service, with a lot of, discipline. You have to be a leader and everything like that. So how were you actually able to attain this? And first of all, congratulations on getting that, because that's an amazing achievement.
Thanks, Jason. And yes, it is a rigorous process. It starts first with it's an application. So the cohort that I've been entered into is cohort 7. So this is the 7th iteration of this fellowship. So it all starts with an application. You put in your application, and they review letters of recommendation. You give your enlisted record brief, which is a whole history of my service, my evaluations, and of course letters of recommendation. So I've got 2 letters of recommendation when I applied for this. One was from our tag, General Agigi, and also from my boss, my current boss right now, which is Colonel Delphin. So that's put through that process. So again, for the cohort, it's nationwide, both active duty Army and the National Guard and the Army Reserves. And for the cohort, they only select 30. 30 out of the whole nation is selected. And out of the National Guard in cohort 7, there were 5 of us who were selected from within the 54 states and territories of the National Guard.
And if this is a 7th cohort, I'm thinking this program hasn't really been along, relatively speaking. It hasn't been around for that long, right?
That's correct. This is only the 7th year that this cohort has been around. Prior to the cohorts being put together, the fellowship being put together, sergeants majors were being selected by the academy and then by their leadership to become instructors at the academy. And so what the academy did is put more teeth into this and giving more training to the future instructors, and that's how this fellowship and the cohort has been developed from them.
And in your study and in what you're going to do is you're actually going to be able to attain a let me get this right, a master's degree in instructional design, development, and evaluation. So you'll be developing the curriculum which your successors will then take up and everything. And it's not just the Guam things. You'll be developing future sergeants major for the military overall, correct?
That's correct. So within the cohort, out of the 30 that I stated, 15 of them will be going to Penn State to get their master's degree in adult learning and education. And the other 15, which I'm a part of, will be going to Syracuse to get the instructional design, development, and evaluation. And together as that cohort, we will be looking at the future programs of instructions, not only for the Sergeants and Majors Academy, but for all the professional military education for the enlisted corps, all the way starting from as a young E5 with basic leader course, and then all those military educations all the way up to the Sergeants Majors Academy.
So is it fair to say, I don't want to pigeonhole it, but I mean, I know a thing or two about West Point, and they say West Point is a leadership lab for the officer corps. Is this kind of like the same approach for enlisted men?
Well, so for me to attend the Sergeant Major's Academy, the equivalent for the officer side would be the Army War College out in
okay.
Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, well, I do want to ask you, Ron, because like if I can call you Ron, Sergeant Major. I've again,
of course.
You know, I've known you since we're competing against each other, like in the drill meets and everything like that. You know, some of the best memories of my life, and I know you've been heavily involved with ROTC all through high school when you were at GCC, and it's another Command Sergeant Major who was a mentor to you, Command Sergeant Major Jeffrey Raker, right? Talk to me about some of what you felt with CSM Raker and also the late First Sergeant Joe Salas, like what their tutelage did to you and gave you your leadership and your ability to go into the military and to serve.
It's funny you mentioned that because me and First Sergeant Salas, we were really close, and also Command Sergeant Major Raker, the late Command Sergeant Major Raker also. So in ROTC, just what was built in me back then in high school, I didn't think it would lead me to who I am today, becoming a Command Sergeant Major in the National Guard, or attaining this rank in itself.
Mm-hmm.
But ROTC teaches you that leadership, and it just gives you that insight into the military. But what I am truly grateful, not only with the ROTC program but with the National Guard and the opportunities the National Guard has given me. They paid for my undergraduate degree, my bachelor's in criminal justice. They paid for my master's degree in organizational leadership. And now I've been given an opportunity to attain my second master's. And I mean, I joke about it a lot. I mean, maybe out of pocket for books, I paid maybe $200 at the most to attain what I've got. And this was because of the tuition assistance provided by the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
And again, going back to those early years, and you've seen it when we were out in MCRD competing, just the dedication they have as islanders and representing the island of Guam, which was really important to all of us because it's in our culture. And to go out there and win it and bring those trophies back to Guam back then, it was just, I mean, representing the island. That's the best thing I can say.
Well, I do also know that I want to go even further back. The funny thing about it, too, is you've had the same haircut for the last 30 years, which is amazing. Given the fact that you were in ROTC and now that you're actually serving.
Well, it's easy, right? Because, I don't have to pay for those $10 haircuts anymore. I can just have my wife do it, and she just cuts it off, and, she's becoming a pro at it.
Oh, there you go. But I do remember something like around the early 90s and everything. You were also a successful businessman, and you were an entrepreneur back then, because for people that remember the lowrider culture back, there was a certain brand that you see rolling all over Guam, Ron's Creations. That was a passion of yours, and you were very, very good at it. So tell people about how you came up with that brand and how you were working on cars, and then what happened to it.
Wow, you're bringing back some old days there. Yeah, Ron's Creations was a hydraulics group. Back in the early 90s, we did hydraulics, whether it be bed dancing or car hopping. It was my backyard. I just had a love for looking at things work, and I just started building hydraulics. And then my friends would come over. They'd start say, "Hey, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me?" And it was funny because I'd run out of welding rods or oxygen for my acetylene. So I'd tell them, "Hey, bring me a 6-pack of Pepsi and I'll do it for you for free." So that's how Ron's Creation started. But it was a following. Good days.
Well, I know because you now are a Sergeant Major. I mean, you've got a significant amount of clout there up at the Guard. And, as the senior enlisted man, you basically are the senior advisor to the general. So I would say, have you ever wanted to just basically say, take a couple guys from the maintenance group and say, let's go lower that Humvee, or, let's take one of the Apache and, we'll put a big spoiler on it and, we'll trick it out?
Well, so for just to correct that, I am not the senior advisor to the general. That would be Command Sergeant Major Diaz.
Okay.
I work for the JTF. Yeah, I work for the JTF 671. I'm the senior enlisted leader to Colonel Ronnie Delphin, who's the commander of the Joint Task Force 671.
Another classmate of mine. I know Colonel Delphin very well.
Great guy.
Absolutely.
So in reference to the getting the guys together, we kind of get together, talk about all of those old things, but life happens, right? We get older, we have our own kids. Sometimes I show videos to my kids about what I used to do in the day. They're like, "Really, Dad, you were cool?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am cool." I'm not just that guy that just tells them to stay at parade rest or go clean out the house. But yeah, going down memory lane with the people in the Guard and being approachable, because we have that thing in common, whether it be cars or whatever it is. That's the fun thing about the community in the Guard.
And I like how, Sergeant Major, how you brought that up. And this will be my final question, because I know you got a ton of things to do over there at the Guard. You got so much on your plate, and plus you're trying to get ready for this academy. This achievement that you've now attained and everything, the first Guamanian ever to be allowed into this exclusive academy. As a role model, what does this allow you to now do for people that would like to get into the Guard, or they say they want to take up arms and they want to serve our island and our nation? What does this allow you to now bring into, like, say, schools, or when you go and recruit, about to say, like, if you're a Guamanian and you have a passion to serve, like, what does this now allow you to do? Because, people are going to be looking up to you now and saying, wow, that's amazing.
Well, that's a great question, Jason. So I like to take it one step back before that.
Sure.
Imagine this. I mean, from high school, and it's no secret, I didn't graduate on time. I was a super senior, and look at me today, right? It's the opportunities that the National Guard has given me, number one. But number two, it's the drive within yourself. And I believe it's in each and every one of us as Guamanians, as being here from the island, our culture, just wanting to do better, wanting to do and represent the island, our families especially, well, wherever we go. So from that aspect, I like to say that the Guam National Guard has given me those opportunities, and being the first Guamanian that I'm tracking to be allowed into this fellowship, it bears a lot of weight on my shoulder. But I believe that with the backing of family, especially my family, they're my bedrock, and my friends, and then of course my peers here in the National Guard. I believe that I am set up for success to represent our island well in this academy. And at the same time too, learning from them, and then they can learn from me too, of what it is coming from a small island and having this knowledge and experience that others don't have because of our geographic location out here.
Outstanding. Well, like the Army says, be all you can be, and our community has given you the opportunities to do that, and you've done us very, very proudly. So we thank you for your service and all the troops over there at the Guard. I want to read a couple comments. You got a friend now. One of our friends, Glenn Lujan, who comments all the time. He goes, "We went to Ordet Chalampago School. Ron's younger brother Dave is my classmate." And Chamarita says, "Congratulations, CSM Brantley, on your accomplishment. Go Army strong, and thank you for your service." So, there's a lot of people who are behind you, and we're very, very proud of your achievements. And again, thank you for having our back in the Guard.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Sabrina. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this opportunity to let me share my story. And again, if it's an inspiration to anybody, call a recruiter. The Guam National Guard is always looking for talent, and I know we have the talent out there. And if not, just hit us up on the link here, and then we'll get you to one.
Yeah. Ron, I just
Congratulations.
want to say congratulations. And also, I don't know, I heard they have some nice Christmas trees on base. That's all.
I think Home Depot's cheaper. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry if I threw that out there.
Hey, support. Okay. Right on. Thank you, Sarge.
Hey, Sergeant Major, happy holidays from all of us at KUM to all of you over there. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Be
Bye.
safe. Be safe. All right. There you go. Sergeant Major Ron Brantley. Jason Solis, thank you for that interview.
Do you remember Ron's creations?
Yeah,
like people rolling around with like those lowriders. I mean,
that was just funny when he said, "Give me a 6-pack of Pepsi and I'll do the job for you."
Back then, that's all it took. But
yeah.
No, but I mean that was way before everybody knew about like Pimp My Ride and West Coast Customs. I mean, Ron was doing like great work with lowriders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
8:51. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll come back and unpack the Guam Election Commission meeting that happened last night with the executive director, Maria Pagalina. And we're also getting a woman whose daughter's being represented by the case is being tried in the court, and her daughter was raped, and she's just not happy with the representation that they're getting from the prosecutors at the Attorney General's office. So I definitely want to give her a platform to air her concerns and see if anyone else out there is having the same issue. It's 8:52. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Half-a-day federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Cavos Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and McDonald's of Guam want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, then snap a few shots or a video of your delightful display and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
There's nothing that can brighten more spirits than the beauty of Christmas decor and holiday lights. And with our Making Spirits Bright segments brought to you by McDonald's of Guam, KUAM Communications wants to showcase everyone's efforts. Send us photos of your decorations via social media messenger, direct message, or email to promotions@kuam.com to add to the spirit of the season. Find segments every Friday in December on the social media platforms of KUAM News and showcased in a weekly montage of KUAM News Weekend Edition. Making Spirits Bright is brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Jamolinians. That good night, Jackson. 9 o'clock for KUAM FM and I got Guam. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bree's still jamming on the melody. She's like humming along.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
I'm getting you guys ready for Santa Maria Comelin Tuesday, where she's going to be taking a stroll all around the island. We have the schedule up. It's pretty much everywhere.
We do. I'll actually put it in the comments again right now.
Right
yeah,
on.
It's
Yeah.
and it's not again. The villages aren't
In order.
in order. So
Right.
if you're thinking, if our Blessed Mother's coming through Asanmaina and you're up next, if you're down in PD, it doesn't exactly work that way.
I think they did it by who donated the most last Sunday in the offering plate. No, I'm just kidding. They didn't. I don't know what. Maybe they used the car score to calculate.
Oof.
It's 9 o'clock. Good morning, guys. That was fun having Dr. Shea and Dr. Wen on. Very civil. I was expecting more, like I wanted it to go like Carlo Branch versus Tony Atta territory. But it didn't. But I felt like they both represented their respective points with cool heads. So.
Well, I hope so. They're doctors.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah. They delivered it with a bedside manner. It's 9:01. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where she's standing by now. We talked to Public Auditor BJ Cruz and our Bonellis Dogometer to find out how this pandemic is affecting the cultural practice of eating Bonellis Dogo during the holidays. And I want to say that if anybody I know has been eating Bonellis Dogo already, it's got to be my friends at the Guam Election Commission.
Half a day, Chris and Sabrina.
Good morning, Miss Maria. Can you prove me right? You guys have already had Bonellis Dogo, right?
Yes, we have. And it wasn't what I made. I normally make Bonellis Dogo.
Wow.
But it was somebody who wanted to thank us for what we do. So we got a whole tray of Bonellis Dogo.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Complete with honey and
honey.
and syrup.
Honey, what? Oh, no, you
I
didn't.
I could go for the honey.
I never even thought about that. How about honey with a little...
I didn't try it.
You didn't try it. How about honey with a little cinnamon?
I'm very traditional. It's syrup.
Oh, I'm hungry.
The syrup? But do you use the syrup or you use the sugar water?
Syrup.
Aunt Jemima? Or tropical?
Log cabin.
Log cabin. Oh, Colin Abraham Lincoln.
That's traditional.
You're right. So there you go, guys. I just
That's the one that gets all over the cap when you're done with it and you got to wash it off. But that's the best.
yeah, if you pour it like an idiot, it does. But if you pour it good, well, congratulations on your Banelas Dogu, Miss Maria. Guys, yeah, we're hinting. If anybody out there's making Banelas Dogu, you know, we could do a curbside thing here at the link, if you want, right? So, Miss Maria, let's get into official business now. There was a meeting last night with the Guam Election Commission. So what happened?
The provisional and absentee ballots for the runoff election of November 17th were counted. We counted 235 ballots last night. And after the counting, the runoff election has been certified by the commissioners of Guam election.
So who won? I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
Bree's got jokes.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
That's what one day of teleworking will do for you. Lighten you up a little bit, you know. So the winner is still Congressman St. Nicholas.
I'm sorry. 294 votes. Yes, sir.
Okay, right on. Go ahead. What else, Miss Maria? Was that it? That was a fast meeting.
It wasn't, it wasn't that fast because we did start at around 5:30 and finished maybe at 8 o'clock with anticipating just a little over 200 ballots to count. The staff decided to manually hand count. Only one office, and it didn't, so it didn't take that long. The ballots that were counted last night included the off-island ballots that came in after the election. Yesterday was the last day to receive them. And it included what we called special write-in absentee ballots. The Guam Election Commission was required to send out ballots 45 days before the runoff. So we had sent them, we were required to, so we sent them out the same time we sent out the general election ballots. So whoever had requested for a general election ballot also got either a federal write-in absentee ballot for the Covet voters or a special write-in absentee ballot for just our off-island voters. So instead of duplicating those ballots, hand counting made it possible to simply count those the way they were. That made it much faster. So we finished, I think, about 8 o'clock last night, 8:30.
Is there any, now that obviously the election is pretty much officially over, are you guys moving towards any, housekeeping type measures? You sending out any letters to anyone?
So we're making sure that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted with respect to our administrative complaints, our voter challenges. And remember, this was the first time that we experienced voter challenges this election cycle. Also, I think the longest task, and we should be finished in a week, I think, is tagging those voters that did not vote to prep for updating our voter list. How that happens is we tag those voters that did not vote, compare it with the 2018 general election voters that did not vote. We put them together and we will get ready to purge, to take off their names for the 2022 election already. So that will happen in March. We are also putting together our financial reports. And then probably the most immediate, guys, is paying our precinct officials and election workers. We're anticipating that will happen tomorrow. So what we did with the guidance of Department of Administration, we had an aggressive effort to get our precinct officials and election workers to get direct deposits. So we're hoping that those are processed by tomorrow, and so that's what we're looking at most immediately. Other things is cleaning out the additional space that we had gotten and turning it back over. Last night, I announced to the board that we will give up that space if we need it and it's still available. If we still have to social distance, we will, see about getting that space for our next meetings. It was anticlimactic yesterday. We were teasing the three of us, or we were teasing each other about who won the congressional race. So that. So it was really, it was okay. So now the election is certified, right? So what? Well, by the way, our commissioners also signed the certificates yesterday. That's a hard one. They had to sign over 50 certificates last night.
A day. Their hand was probably cramping.
Yeah. So still lots of work to do. And still lots of work to do.
Miss Maria, I know that we had talked to you about this, I want to say a few weeks back, about different groups, some on social media, some in real life, that were campaigning for and against different candidates and or different issues. Some of these groups, just based on my own research, were not political action committees. Some of these groups spent money to campaign for or against candidates and issues. Are you guys going to be sending off any letters or otherwise looking into that, or is that something that someone has to file an official complaint about?
No, nobody has to file a complaint. The final campaign finance reports were due November 23rd. With the certification of the runoff election, that's going to take a lot of manpower, a lot of GEC specialized manpower to go through all the campaign finance report. So we will have to go through organizational reports. Each committee candidate and political action committee should have turned in 5 reports altogether if there were no amendments. They should have turned in an organizational report when they started campaigning or when they spent $250 or collected $250. They should have turned in a preliminary primary report, even though there was no primary, and a final primary report. So, and then a preliminary general election report and a final general election report. Everybody should have turned it in. We are starting to compile and put a list together of those that turned in and figuring out, making sure that we account for everybody that turned in their reports. And so, Chris, it was due November 23rd. So November 23rd was right in the midst of, preparing the provisional ballots and making sure we got all the absentee ballots for last night's meeting. So we will begin the concentrated effort to look into campaign finance now.
Right. So, but what if there was like, let's just say I really, really hated someone who was running for senator, and I just was like spending this money to be like, screw this person, don't vote for them, they suck. But I never filed anything with you guys. Am I free and clear, or is there somebody that looks into this kind of stuff?
Yes. Okay. So, with the limited resources we have, what we do is, if we find them, if the Guam Election Commission sees that, or if somebody brings it up to our attention, we will go and look at it. And we will, the next meeting for the board is January 21st, I believe. So we will start looking, we'll build a new election timeline for the up until June 30th. So we will start putting in the dates of when, and one of those things is preliminary review of campaign finance. So we will start to look at that soonest.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Oh my gosh. Maria, do you have any updates on the COVID positive at the Barragata polling
Thank you
site?
for asking. Yes. So Sabrina, we arrangements were made to test the 4 additional precinct officials. All of them tested negative. All of them have cleared and should be back to work today.
Was there any other site or any other cases of positive within anybody that worked the elections?
No.
Or-
And Guam Election Commission was not contacted with regard to contact tracing at all. And we keep up until last week, we were in daily contact with public health.
Okay. I guess that's good to hear, right? That everybody's doing okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So Sabrina and Chris, so now I personally am looking at making sure our reports are out, and our immediate report would be our financial reports. We need to report to the feds by end of month, and we need to report to feds 2 reports, one about our CARES that we received directly, and one about our Harvard security grants. So that's going to take up a lot of my time, and like I said, it was so anticlimactic last night. It's the certification. We know that's the major thing, and I guess that's a major thing for the public. The elections has been certified. It is now final. We can send out the certificates now. But online registration is on already.
Wow.
Already. Online voter registration is on. Anybody that gets purged, they can re-register back on. They were teasing me. My staff, I was being teased about, aren't we non-essential now? I said,
Yeah, we're done with you now.
No, I said, no, not yet. Almost. We need to get some things out.
I wanted to follow up on those machines. I know, Chris, didn't you use one of those express voting
I was able to
machines?
use the express vote machine.
Yeah.
I was.
Do you guys do an assessment of those machines, and are we going to use them more in the future?
And yes, so one of the things was to get the commissioners hands-on. So at the General Election Tabulation Center, they did the traditional way of just duplicating ballots, taking official ballots and duplicating ballots that were not being accepted by the machine. That's a standard process in tabulation. For the provisional and absentee ballot counting for the general election, those machines were used. And so the commissioners really liked using them. And that's a big thing for us. Also, the people that used them, Chris, did you like using the express vote?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it worked right because my Godzu lost.
I'm sure it worked right.
I get over it.
I'm kidding, Bree.
Sure it worked right. And so when you pull out the card, you can check it. The machine allows you, Sabrina, to also check it before you finalize the ballot.
Did you check it?
Yeah, I checked it. I did everything I was supposed to do.
And so, and then you put it in your ballot envelope, and then you put your ballot envelope in the affidavit envelope. That was a very costly process.
A lot of envelopes.
Yep.
Yeah, all the 50 that he stuffed into that one envelope. Sorry, Chris.
Sabrina.
Okay, I'm just kidding. Well, thanks, Maria.
Yes, Miss Maria. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And when I make Pinellas Dagu, I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know. We got a comment here from Chamarita Regis. This actually sounds really good. She writes, buttered honey is the best for Pinellas Dagu. Cut the Pinellas Dagu in half and spread the buttered honey on it, or use a baster to inject the buttered honey into the Dagu. What? That is like a little syringe, like the Twinkies. You know how they do the Twinkies? But you can do it with buttered honey into the Pinellas Dagu. That sounds like a winner. What do you think, Miss Maria?
Let's try it. But I have to find Dagu first, because my husband hasn't, I think he's a little busy, so I haven't even made Pinellas Dagu yet. My brother said he'll try to get some this weekend, so if you're in the area and I get lucky, we're going to make Pinellas Dagu this weekend.
Wow. Well, let me know if you want to just, compliment to me some of the batter, maybe even, so I could fry it up fresh.
Yeah, Chris, it's called not zen. Do you want to not zen me?
Yeah, not zen me. Okay, fine. Yeah, not zen me a lot. Thank you, Miss Maria.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Election's over, guys. On to the
Finally, you guys can relax for a little bit.
Christmas season. Enjoy your non-essential status.
Esther.
Okay, Miss Maria. Bye.
That reminds me of this Pinellas Dagu that I tried. Was it during the Wine Fest? That's at the Hyatt last year, and I want to say they did a pumpkin.
Ooh.
Oh gosh, that was
Pumpkin
so
Pinellas Dagu?
Yeah, it was really good.
Where do you guys stand on pumpkin spice? This time of year, it's like
I can't remember.
everybody goes nuts over it. Well,
I'm tired of it.
Pumpkin spice?
Yeah, pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice latte, pumpkin spice latiza, pumpkin spice Pinellas Dagu. Yeah, it's overkill, dude. That's where I stand on it.
That's the season, right? So I take advantage of it.
You know what's awesome to say? So Maria, she said she's consumed Pinellas Dagu on a couple of occasions. She's looking forward to make it. Many people that we've talked to are saying they're already setting up their trees. Dr. Juan Flores, who we talked to yesterday, said he's already assembled the Belen. So, the spirit is not deterred despite...
Somebody sent a memo to GVB because they canceled their Christmas lights. They don't want any kind of lighting up in Tumon. That was a joke about weed in Tumon, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll make a lot more sense when we play that segment.
It will. We got that coming up. We're going to take a quick break, and there's more of the link on the breeze coming up next. Good morning, Guam.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Calvo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Calvo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. There's nothing that can brighten more spirits than the beauty of Christmas decor and holiday lights. And with our Making Spirits Bright segments brought to you by McDonald's of Guam, KUAM Communications wants to showcase everyone's efforts. Send us photos of your decorations via social media messenger, direct message, or email to promotions@kuam.com to add to the spirit of the season. Find segments every Friday in December on the social media platforms of KUAM News and showcased in a weekly montage of KUAM News Weekend Edition. Making Spirits Bright is brought to you by McDonald's of Guam.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and McDonald's of Guam want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, then snap a few shots or a video of your delightful display and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications.
Belway Akeda, Blue Christmas. It's one of my favorite Christmas songs. I love the sad Christmas songs. I mean, I think the only upbeat one I really, really like is obviously Feliz Navidad, Mariah Carey, and what's that? Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? That one?
I mean, when you think about it, George Michael's, Last Christmas.
Yeah, it's sad.
Is like right up there with, Morrissey.
Yeah, it's pretty depressing. But yeah, I like Blue Christmas, I'll Be Home for Christmas, the sad ones. 9/24, Tuesday, December, yes, that's right, it's December 3rd. I want to, just before we bring on our next guest, Amy, I wanted to share this message that she had sent me on our social media, and really just, man. Hi, Chris. I know I'm probably one of many to contact you for help, but I need advice. My oldest daughter is a rape victim, and our judicial system is so ridiculous. The rapist is going to be released Friday to a third party. That part I understand, I guess. What I'm not understanding is this is now our third prosecutor to handle my daughter's case. Trial will begin this month, and we haven't even met this new prosecutor that will be representing us. How will we get justice like this, Chris? The rapist defense attorney hasn't changed. He's the rapist, and he has more stability than the victims. You can't physically see the AG of Guam, and everyone else is busy. So how do I go about getting justice for my daughters? And of course, I was like, let's get on the link and share this story. So I want to bring Amy on here via Zoom. Good morning, Amy.
Morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
This just, man, when I read this, I was all kinds of angry. And, I just, before we go any further, I did reach out to the Attorney General's office and ask if someone could come on to maybe address some of your concerns. However, we were told that no one would be able to come on. And then they were asking me for, like, the case number and yada, yada. And, I've had it before where I schedule guests and then I reach out to the whatever other side of the story there is, and then they'll turn around and call. And I'm not saying intimidate people, but, whatever happens behind the scenes. So I wasn't comfortable giving out your information because I feel like, how hard is it to figure out which case we're talking about here? So, Amy, just let's just start at the beginning. What was the initial reaction? I mean, it's just terrible. I'm familiar with your daughter's case. It was, I believe it was in the news, but just take us back to the beginning, if you could.
So pretty much we found out beginning of this year. So two of my daughters are the victims. My oldest is the rape victim. And my second daughter was, I guess, threatened with a weapon. Sorry. But as a mom, my daughters were very frightened and intimidated to speak up. They didn't want to go to the police station, and they just wanted it to go away on their own. There was consistent checking up on from the attacker. And so they're very scared for my life, their father's life, their family and themselves, of course. But I wanted my daughters to speak up, have a voice. Enough is enough. It really is. And so, we convinced our daughters to speak up. We took them to GPD. GPD was very helpful. I was very surprised because they found him in a matter of a few days after us going in. So I was very happy about that. Then, of course, the court process started. We met our AG advocate. She is amazing. She tries to keep very good communication with me. And then we had met our first prosecuting attorney. And I'm sorry, Chris, but I'm really not going to mention names. But in general, you guys, we're moving on. So now it's been almost a year that he's been in jail. I was just informed a couple days ago that he is going to be released this Friday to a third party. I can understand that because COVID and the outbreak in DOC and whatnot, but then that also has me question, did we not foresee this just in case there was a COVID outbreak in DOC? Why weren't there any other protocols to prevent first-degree sexual conduct attackers to be released? Like, I just have so many questions, you guys, and I don't know who I can go to for help. I have sat in the lobby of the AG's office and I have left my name, my telephone number. I have called. You are not allowed to see the AG. You are not allowed to see the prosecuting attorneys. I don't know, guys. I've met 3 different prosecuting attorneys for my daughters. We're about to start trial this month, and we're getting a new one. I haven't even met her yet. I really don't understand. The AG advocate explained to me that the reason that the prosecuting attorneys are changing is because of the switching of courtrooms. I don't know about you guys, but me having 2 minor daughters that are victims, how do I explain this to them? Oh, I'm sorry, girls. Because they keep switching courtrooms, your guys' attorney will keep changing. We're about to start trial. What if this new, the new prosecuting attorney that will be representing my daughters, what if she gets switched in the middle of trial? And then do we still, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we get a continuance because I need to be caught up to date with this? Honestly, I feel for the prosecuting attorneys, and I also feel for victims. Like, is it just my daughter's cases that it's ending up like this? I mean, have other people gone through the same thing that I'm going through? Because it is very frustrating. My oldest daughter, the rape victim, she feels that she's not going to get her justice. She honestly told me not too long ago that she's gonna lose her case, and that hurts. As a mom person, Sabrina, how am I supposed to reassure my daughters? Where is our justice? The rapist, defense attorney has not changed, public defender or not. His defense attorney is still the same. I just don't understand, being the victims, why do we have so much inconsistency? Chris, I have called. No offense, I'm not surprised that nobody could get on to help because I have so many questions. I have so many concerns and nobody can answer my questions. And I don't know who to turn to.
So you weren't even given an opportunity to oppose his release?
No.
Nothing.
He has been, Sabrina, trying to be released prior to COVID. And actually, if I can share with you, one of his release hearings, and this was somebody new. He didn't represent us, but he was sitting for the plaintiff. The defense, I guess, motioned a third party, and I got to go to court. This was prior to COVID. So I was sitting in the courtroom, and the plaintiff side, the prosecuting side, had nothing to say. Do you guys have any objections to him being released? And the gentleman that was sitting there had no objections whatsoever. So I went, after court was done, I went to ITC. I spoke to my daughter's AG advocate, and she wasn't there, unfortunately. So I took myself up to the AG's office on the 8th or 9th floor, I'm sorry. And then I waited there, and the receptionist there told me I'm not allowed to see anybody, and if I have any answers, I can only go through my AG advocate. I explained that she wasn't available at the time, and nobody got back to me regarding that.
Yeah.
So he's been trying to get released, Sabrina, and I guess now he has a third party that is vouching for him, and if I'm not mistaken, he may possibly be on ankle monitoring.
When is the last time you talked with your third AG or prosecutor? You've never talked to this person at all to discuss your daughter's case?
No. And our court date is tomorrow, guys. His release and the trial appointment is tomorrow via Zoom.
When were you assigned your second, or when were you assigned this third prosecutor?
Just ending of last week, ending of last week.
Did you ever talk to the second prosecutor?
Yes. I will give you that name. That was Lenny Rapadas. And I will be honest, out of everybody that I have dealt with, Lenny, before our trial dates via Zoom, he would contact me and he would catch me up to speed. So I knew exactly what was going to happen, what was going to be said or discussed. But I lost him.
Did you feel any sort of confidence, Amy, when you got Lenny? Lenny's an old, he's very
a former
experienced.
AG.
Right, yeah. So,
honestly, yes, Chris, I really did. He handled the majority of this case. With plea agreements and back and forth court hearings. And I honestly felt that when we did meet with him face to face at the AG advocate office with my daughters, he wanted to meet my daughters and get their emotions and their side of everything. He got to know my daughters, Chris and Sabrina. He made that time, and I really appreciated that. And he did tell me nothing is a slam dunk case, but I will do my best. And yeah, I was a bit sad that I did lose Lenny due to the switching of the courtrooms. But again, you guys, like, where would I get my answers that I need? Like, I feel for these prosecuting attorneys, like, do their cases get switched like this all the time? I mean, I know there's a lot of things happening on our island. I understand it, like, their workload must be incredible, but how do I, as a mother, assure my daughters justice? What if my daughters, we don't know what's going to happen, and they're scared he's going to be released. And even at a third party, like, Chris, is there another entrant in the courthouse? Because we will be in trial. We will be going to court. Is there another entrance for him to not intimidate my daughter, to not get that opportunity to see my daughters and to stare them down, or whatever it is? Send a family member, because I don't know the family members. I don't know who to look out for and who not to look out for. I don't know. If he goes to the doctor, what if my daughters go to the same doctor? What are the guidelines? I don't know anything, you guys. I'm in the dark.
And your AG advocate hasn't explained any of that to you?
No.
Wow.
And I just want to say that we're talking about the rape of a 13-year-old girl here. We're talking about a minor who was threatened with a weapon. And to hear that you can't even get a freaking answer out of this Attorney General's office.
So the alleged crime occurred in October, November of last year. He was officially charged in January of this year. And now we're going to trial starting tomorrow with no conversation whatsoever with the third prosecutor you've been assigned.
No.
Amy, when we had a similar, there's nothing, it was another victim, a couple victims who come on a few months back. Totally different situation. Their house, people threw bricks into their house, basically, and threatened to kill them. And they were released from DOC because of the COVID excuse. And so I remember when we got the AG on, he actually had the nerve to go with this, you guys don't know what it's like to be a lawyer argument, which just pissed me off. So what would you say? Because I can just hear the AG now saying, oh, well, they don't know why we switch prosecutors. Oh, they don't understand what it's like. What would your message be to and it's unfortunate he's not here to address this, but what would your message be to the Attorney General saying that, oh, you don't understand the legal process, so you shouldn't be speaking on it?
Okay. No, I am not an attorney. No, I am not. I don't have a law degree. But at the same time, Mr. Camacho or whoever is listening to this or does see this, I am a mother of 2 minor daughters and all the other victims out there in the world, not just Guam. Imagine how we feel. Imagine, what do we tell our kids that want justice? Put yourself in our shoes. You're switching courtrooms. Okay, why? Is that not harder on your prosecuting attorneys to jump from case to case to case? Am I being handed off because nobody wants to try my daughter's case? I can't understand that. And yes, I know which story you're speaking about, Chris, and I'm sorry, but that did upset me. We all have our own opinions, but we're the victim, Chris. Sabrina, who's looking out for us?
We are.
And that's why I reached out to you guys. Where do we get our answers? How do I assure my daughter? She honestly, she doesn't think she's gonna win. And she said, oh, Mom, see, we did all of that for nothing. What, Mr. Camacho, are you gonna tell my 13-year-old daughter? What do you have to say to my daughters and all the other victims out there that are being treated this way? We're being passed off like a hot potato. And I don't understand why, because we deserve to be heard. My daughter wants her time in court to say what she needs to say.
I just got a message.
Send Carlina the
Zoom
Zoom
link.
link, please. The Attorney General is going to come on, Amy. If you're willing to have him come on and maybe address some of your concerns.
Yes.
So just give us a little bit here. Actually, we'll just take a quick break. Guys, we're coming back with the Attorney General, Levin Camacho, right here on the link, on the Breeze 93.9. Amy, if you could just stand by for a moment. Thank you.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Holiday federal employees and annuitants, the open season is here. Cavo's Select Care offers a comprehensive on-island network, including GMH and GRMC. Our off-island provider network stretches across the Pacific, plus our partnership with United Healthcare provides over 1 million providers throughout the continental United States. Cavo's Select Care, healthcare that's always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants, enroll today.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM and McDonald's of Guam want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, then snap a few shots or a video of your delightful display and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from McDonald's of Guam and KUAM Communications. There's nothing that can brighten more spirits than the beauty of Christmas decor and holiday lights. And with our Making Spirits Bright segments brought to you by McDonald's of Guam, KUAM Communications wants to showcase everyone's efforts. Send us photos of your decorations via social media messenger, direct message, or email to promotions@kuam.com to add to the spirit of the season. Find segments every Friday in December on the social media platforms of KUAM News and showcased in a weekly montage of KUAM News Weekend Edition. Making Spirits Bright is brought to you by McDonald's of Guam.
The Breeze 93.9, where Attorney General Levin Camacho has joined us in the Zoom room. And we do have Amy, who, as you guys had heard, in the very tough position of having to go to court. Her daughter was raped. Her other daughter is the other victim in this case, and so frustrated with just the lack of attention, just the lack of, it seems like anything and everything. Although I know you did have some kind words for your victim advocate and for Prosecutor Lenny Rapadas. But just for you to reach this level of frustration, to have to come on the link and broadcast such personal and sensitive information just because you're not getting anything from the AG's office, it's terrible, AG.
Well, Chris, first, if Amy has questions, and I know she said she was working with Attorney Rapadas and her victim advocate, I would, if you're not getting answers, please let me know and we will figure it out. But I do just want to explain a little bit about what's happening right now in the criminal justice system, because I know that we end up taking the brunt of a lot of the complaints, and some of the criticism is fair, but what's been going on is we have not had the capabilities to have jury selection at all. So we've indicted hundreds of cases this year, but because of the COVID pandemic, there hasn't been a space large enough to actually bring in jury panels to select a jury and to proceed in felony cases. We just received word that on December 31st, they're going to lift the tolling of speedy trial. They're going to lift the tolling of any indictments or grand jury proceedings. So we were also caught off guard when we received notice yesterday that about a dozen cases have been set for scheduling, jury selection and trial. And again, we just received notice yesterday, Chris and Sabrina and Amy. So if you're finding out now, Amy, join the club. We are also finding out that because there's a lift now and they are requiring Superior Court judges to take these cases to trial. As of right now, my understanding is there are only 2 courtrooms that are available for jury selection in felony cases. So there's going to be a slew of cases. We probably are going to be in trial for the foreseeable future because, again, there are hundreds of felony cases that have been filed this year, not including 2019, 2018, any other cases that may be outstanding. So I did just want to explain that it's not as though we've had notice of trials for months and we haven't contacted victims. We are just finding out about this now because there has been a change communicated to our office that the judges are now going to start scheduling trials and lining them up. So again, Amy, I apologize if you haven't had the communication, but if you need to get information, I feel bad if you had to go on the show. It's just, if it's about a trial that was recently set, we just received that information as well. And if we haven't reached out to you quick enough to explain the logistics, the questions you asked about courtroom entry, security, the court does have procedures in place to accommodate that, to ensure that you're not going to be crossing paths with either the defendant or the defendant's family. And we can walk you through those processes to make sure that they're in place when you go to trial.
Well, one of the concerns she raised was the fact that she was just given a third prosecutor and she just found out about it, and she has not talked to this prosecutor, and it's going to trial tomorrow. And she had worked with Lenny all these months, and then all of a sudden she was given a new prosecutor because it's in a different courtroom.
Again, the way we are structured internally, we have someone who is an overall for a criminal sexual conduct case. We have a lead prosecutor who will oversee all those cases. But we have 7 courtrooms and we have 18 to 19 prosecutors. So the way that we have to staff, and the judges have also requested this, we have courtroom teams. So we have courtroom teams and then we have charge leads. And we have to kind of work with that. And I'm sure we will not go to trial unless we're prepared. And we're just having to figure this out as we're going along and cases are being transferred. We don't have control over what courtrooms cases get transferred to, but I will look into it. And again, we won't go to trial in a criminal sexual conduct case without an experienced attorney. We have several experienced attorneys out there. I don't know who was recently assigned. Lenny is one of the more senior attorneys, but we have at least 6 other prosecutors in our office who have years of experience and would be prepared to take this kind of case to trial.
AG, what would you say to Amy and other people who, get passed off to these different prosecutors and they're rightfully concerned about whether or not switching lawyers handling a case is the best way to get these victims justice?
Well, the process is we're going to go to trial, and you have a right to go to trial. We're going to be prepared, and you will get. And again, it's just right now with the notice that we're receiving, things aren't happening. Nothing is optimal right now. So the best case scenario would be we have enough lead time to go into this. We know far in advance. With pre-COVID world, you would get notice of a trial months in advance. You would have an opportunity to go out and we are going to adequately prepare. But we are limited by where we're at courtroom wise, and if cases are transferred or moved, we have to coordinate internally to make sure that a case is going to be transferred and relayed, and all the necessary information is going to be passed along. But we will make sure that she's going to be confident with whatever attorney is going to be handling her case.
Mm-hmm. Amy, let's go ahead and let you have the floor. I know there's some things that you'd like to say.
Well, Mr. Camacho, I appreciate that you're on right now. I heard everything you said. My question to you is, my trial date has been set for December 4th for about 2 to 3 weeks. Now, I knew that my trial Zoom date, whatnot, would be on December 4th. So I didn't really understand about you just getting notice about it. I am concerned, Mr. Camacho, because I don't know what to tell my daughter. Her rapist is about to be released tomorrow to a third party. How can you, and I am just gonna let you know, I am not trying to attack you, Mr. Camacho, but I am letting you know I have called and I have left my phone number and my name for messages for you, specifically you, because the receptionist there said that I am not allowed to speak to the prosecuting attorneys, and the only one that I'm allowed to go through is my AG advocate. So I decided if I can't get a hold of or meet my prosecuting attorney, my new prosecuting attorney, I wanted to speak to you then. So I don't know if you got my name and my phone number and what it is in regards to, but I'm just letting you know I have left my name and my number for you several times. I have, no offense, tried waiting for you a few times, hoping that I would catch you on a lunch coming in or out of that office, but I didn't. But I don't know how to have the confidence to tell my daughters that she spoke up and she did the right thing. I do understand you guys are slammed. Please know that. I understand you guys are just swamped, but us being passed, so you said there's 6 or 7 other prosecuting attorneys, and I believe you, but how many more will my daughters need to meet to reach out and feel comfortable and have that confidence? Because honestly, like you said, Lenny is a senior. I know he has a reputation here on this island. He gave my daughters that confidence, Mr. Camacho. He like I said, he didn't say it was a slam dunk case, but he told my daughters that he was gonna try. And out of the other prosecuting attorneys, that's the best that I've gotten. Me as a mother having to bring them in. And I understand in a COVID world, it's gonna take a lot longer. We're all learning all of this online schooling. I just recently found out as well that I can't even be in the courtroom with my daughter. So I understand that COVID is affecting a lot of things, but is there any way that you can give my daughters stability right now with just one AG, Mr. Camacho? And if that AG can do their best to help me from him being released. My daughters are scared, Mr. Camacho. And
well, Amy, I guess this is another common misconception. I am sure that we oppose the release just based on what you're telling us. But at the end of the day, a judge gets to decide whether to release or defendant. So we can go in and we can argue that they should not be released based on the charges. But if a judge decides to release and to release a third party custodians, that's really beyond what our office can do. So I'm sure that we went and we argued against the release based on COVID concerns. It's just judges make that decision, not our office. And in terms of the advocate and prosecutors, I'll look into it and make sure I will follow up on those messages. I know that we typically try to have a single point of contact with our office. So that is why you would be working with an advocate instead of talking directly with the prosecutor, because the advocate is there to make sure that your interests and your rights are going to be represented. And a prosecutor sometimes is going to be a little bit different in terms of what goes on. In this case, it sounds like you're going to be cooperating, but we have other cases where victims and prosecution may not necessarily see eye to eye. So we always want to make sure that victims have an advocate that's going to be there for them and not just a wing of prosecution, normal prosecution.
But AG, so when you talk about having that one point of contact, whether it be with the victim advocate or the respective prosecutor, what happens when someone like Amy hits a brick wall and is forced to leave messages for you, an elected attorney general? She's forced to go up to the 8th floor on top of the ITC building just to try and get a word with you. I mean, she's even trying to catch you coming out of the building on your lunch break.
Yeah, Chris, I know I'm mostly coming onto the show about criminal prosecution, but we have 7 other divisions in our office as well. So, and I, as much as I would love to be familiar with every single case that we file and every single case that's going to go to trial, the reality is even for Amy's case, I'm going to need to go back. I'm going to need to talk to your advocate. We're going to have to work backwards to figure out what exactly goes on. So even if Amy were to have caught me, I wouldn't have the answers that she's looking for other than this very general information, and we can work through those channels. So if people are having difficulties getting through our office or talking to your advocate, please let us know. Yes, we need to make sure we're doing a better job, and I'll be free to admit it. We need to make sure if there are miscommunications, if it's not being explained, that we have separate entrances for victims, and we need to look at that and make sure that our advocates are explaining that to everyone who's going to be potentially lined up for trial. And again, I'll look into what's scheduled. I knew that there was a case. There are cases being set, Amy, for trial, but there are only 2 courtrooms. So you have 1 judge of 7 that are currently setting trials, and there's going to be limited space. So, whether or not it's likely that it's going to go tomorrow, hopefully we'll get a clearer answer of that. But I just looked at the list. We have 12 cases that are set to start trial, and that just can't happen because there's only 2 courtrooms that are available. That's 12 trials for 1 judge that have been scheduled to happen within the next few weeks.
Levin, you mentioned that there's misconceptions, right? That it would be the judge who would ultimately decide who would be released or granted pretrial release. But would the victim be notified, or the victim's family be notified that a hearing would take place on a motion for pretrial release? Because Amy was saying earlier that she wasn't notified.
It depends, Sabrina. So this is where defendants can file ex parte or emergency motions. And in those kinds of situations, judges can hear them immediately without even giving our office notice. So there are many cases where a motion gets filed. We may not even receive a copy of it, but a judge has set it for a hearing. So I would like to say in every single time that there's going to be one of these types of motions filed, we're going to have an opportunity, our office, to get notice and then to relay it down, and it gets to victims. But procedurally, there is a tool available for emergencies for defendants to get cases heard extremely quickly before judges.
Even in sensitive cases like this, where a 13-year-old was raped?
I know our prosecutors, Sabrina, are always going to go in there and they're going to oppose until we get victim notification. And again, every single violent crime, CSC included, we have opposed the release of defendant, even with COVID, because DOC has taken measures to isolate, quarantine their folks. And our position is they need to stay incarcerated until we get to go to trial. But the judges, they have different standards that they're going to apply. I saw on deck, there's a few cases that our prosecutors relayed to us that they were very upset that there were folks that were released to third-party custodian. But at the end of the day, the judges are the ones who are making those decisions, and it's not something that we can appeal to the Supreme Court. We can explain to the victims, we can do everything we can to ensure that the victims are going to be safe, and the defendants are not going to be out there harassing or bothering the victims. But in terms of the decision to release or what conditions to impose, that's beyond what our office has authority to do.
Amy, what are you making of these responses? It sounds like AG said, even if he had called you back, or even if you had, surprised him in the hallway, or, coming out of the door to his office, heading to lunch or whatever, he wouldn't have been able to tell you anything. But he's mentioning a lot of the COVID restrictions, which we're all familiar with. Are these reasons to you, or are you hearing excuses?
Well, Chris, I'm going to back up a little bit. There are very specific things that are in Amy's case that I would not be able to answer. So the example is the trial date. I am not familiar with her case, and I know sometimes there are scheduling hearings that are set, there are pretrial conferences that are set, there are jury selection dates that are set, and all of that needs to happen before an actual trial begins. You just don't go tomorrow and you start trial. Jury selection itself often takes several days, and with COVID now, you're going to have to bring in different panels of individuals. They're going to have to be socially distanced. So in order for me to adequately respond to Amy's questions and even to answer that, December 4th is my trial date, I would need to talk to the prosecutor or to the advocate.
Yeah, but
who
if
has
I was
assigned her case to get
if I was the
information.
AG, and I'm not even a lawyer, but if I was and there was a woman who was trying to get a hold of me, I would probably do my homework and be like, who is this Amy lady? Find out more about this. Oh, her daughter was raped. Well, let me give her a call. Not like, oh, I didn't call you back because I don't know what to say.
Well, Chris, we try to handle it through the prosecutors and the advocates who are assigned the cases first. So if we have someone who's coming for information and not getting it, I keep going back. I'm glad that Amy brought it up, and I'm glad this is being brought to my attention, and we'll look at the way that we process things. There's always going to be room for improvement. But the reality is, for every single child support case, for every single criminal case that gets filed, not just felony cases, we have hundreds of felonies and misdemeanor cases that are filed this year. For every other matter that's filed before the government of Guam, we need to make sure that our teams and our managers are doing their job. And if not, then it gets elevated up to me, and then I'll address it. But I apologize to Amy for not getting the answers that she wants, but it's just, I'm not going to be able to meet someone in the hallway and give specific answers to a case that I just don't know anything about.
Amy?
I'm not making excuses. That's just a reality. I can't keep track, and I don't monitor every single case that we're going to take to trial.
Amy?
I wouldn't expect you, Mr. Camacho, to know my trial specifically. But you also never met somebody as persistent as me. I probably wouldn't leave you alone. I'd probably follow you into the elevator and whatnot until you say, okay, let's go back into my office and let me look into it.
Well, you're a good mom, and you're looking out for the safety of your daughters, and that makes it's clear from this interview that you're just worried about the safety of your daughter, and I think it goes back to your initial. You shouldn't have to talk to me, Amy, is what I'm saying. If we're not explaining things well enough at the advocate level or at the prosecutor level, then we need to assess how we're doing things and how we're communicating and what we're communicating and improve if we can.
That's pretty much I just couldn't get. I don't know who, or I do know her name, but I have not spoken to her. I have not done a Zoom conference with her. I don't know what she looks like. So I don't know who this new prosecuting attorney is for my daughters. I do have a question though, since you said that. So does that mean court tomorrow will be pushed back? Like, are we being pushed back again? I understand one courtroom, thousands and thousands and thousands of different cases. But
we have to see what the hearing is scheduled and what the actual title is. So if they told you trial, again, that wouldn't really align with the way that the procedures go, because there has to be jury selection before there's a trial. So tomorrow, potentially, it could be jury selection is going to start. It could also be a scheduling conference or a pretrial conference, and we'll be able to get an answer for you. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
But something's
plea
going to
agreement,
give. Going back to it.
I'm sorry?
Is there a plea agreement in this case, do you know?
I did offer him a plea agreement, and it was just up until recently that he declined it. So they set in motion a court calendar, or a trial calendar, I'm sorry. So again, Mr. Camacho, I hope you understand this is new for me. I am learning as well, but please just understand I am not trying to attack you or your office. I am trying to find answers to give my daughter, like I said, reassurance, because, Lenny reached out. He wanted to meet my daughters and myself. We did that. It went as well as it did. Lenny handled the plea agreement, and then I'm not sure what happened while waiting for the next Zoom court trial hearing, but within that time there was a switching of courtrooms again, and See, that's what I'm a little confused by is the switching of courtrooms, but then there's only one court. I'm a little, I'm sorry, I'm like learning.
You
I'm,
don't
like
have
I
to
said, I'm
apologize,
sorry.
Amy.
No, you don't. I mean, and that's something, if you have questions, that's something that our advocates should be able to explain to you, and don't apologize. You're looking out for your daughters and wanting to make sure that they're gonna get their day in court. So, and Sabrina, just to touch up on another point, I know there's often criticism levied on our office that a lot of our cases are resolved via plea. In cases where they're victims are always consulted or must always be consulted before an offer is made, and then they also are given an opportunity at the change of plea hearing to confirm that the victim was contacted and is aware. So a victim's input is important. It's not the determining factor, it is something that we consider, but as you can see in this case, if there was an offer made, it was in consultation with Amy, and she was operating on behalf of her daughters.
No, I just think we wouldn't be here if you had just called the lady back.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I'm here now, and again, if people are having to come to my office, I try my best to talk to everyone who comes up and who asks questions, but more importantly, I get them the answers they want. So I've had people that have sent me emails, ag@oagguam.org, and I'll repeat it again, ag@oagguam.org. If you have questions about things, email that address, and if I don't personally respond to it, I will make sure that you get an answer from our office, and we're very good about that.
And just again, Amy, you said the AG advocate told you that the perpetrator was going to be released to a third-party custodian tomorrow.
Yes, they combined I'm confused now, but I mean, maybe the court hearing will still be for tomorrow. I'm not sure, but they just combined his release hearing and the trial hearing together. So yeah. And like I said, I'm just concerned because I haven't met my new prosecuting attorney, and we're supposed to be, I just really want to oppose his release. Please just understand that. Like, my daughters are frightened, and I just need to hear that we are going to do what we need to do, like you said, opposing. But Mr. Camacho, I know you don't know the details, but I will tell you previously, there was somebody sitting in for my first prosecuting attorney. Apparently she wasn't able to be in court that day for his bail or his, like I said, he's been trying to get released this whole time. But honestly, Mr. Camacho, our side didn't have an issue with it. And that was the very first time that I tried to catch somebody or speak to somebody upstairs on the 8th floor. And I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camacho, I sat there and the receptionist there did tell me, ma'am, there is no point in you waiting here. You're not allowed to see anybody that works in this office. So I'm just letting you know. I am not trying to attack you. Please just understand me as a mother of 2 daughters and what our interests are and what we would like. We just want a voice, Mr. Camacho. We really do. And if I don't know who else to speak to, that's why I tried to get a hold of you. Sorry.
Are you embarrassed at all, AG, about how Amy is describing the level of service she's receiving from your office?
Chris, I wouldn't say I'm embarrassed. I know that our advocates in particular work very hard, and it may just be that we need to be clearer in our communication with victims, because it's something where we do this. We're more familiar with the system, so when we need to explain things like that, the difference there's a hearing tomorrow. What type of hearing is it? I mean, someone can say it's a scheduling conference, but it's relayed to a victim that you're going to trial on that day. So I'm not embarrassed for my staff. I'm not ashamed of my staff. I know they all care very deeply about the work they do, especially our prosecutors who are prosecuting in sex offenses. So no, Chris, I'm not embarrassed or ashamed of my staff.
Amy, anything you want to put out here in closing? as we've reached, we're a little over our time, but obviously this takes priority. So I don't want to let you go because I feel like, I mean, there's a chance you might never even hear from the AG again. So anything you got that you want to put forward, we can do it now.
Once again, Mr. Camacho, I do appreciate you coming on and giving me some type of answers because I was sitting in the dark. All I know is we're switching courtrooms, and that's why my daughter's prosecuting attorneys keep changing. I don't know how many more times that'll change, but I'm on air begging you. I know it's not hard to look up my daughter's case or my name or my information, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, but I'm begging you for some type of stability for my daughters. My daughter feels, Mr. Camacho, that she's not going to win. She's not going to be represented to the best of anybody's ability. She's doubtful. She wanted me to withdraw this whole rape case, and I don't want her to do that. So I am asking you, since you're here and I do have your attention, please help me. Help my daughters. I'm just asking for stability with them. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you again. I don't know who else I can turn to. Where do we go for our answers? But I appreciate you giving me the email. I didn't have that before. Nobody gave me that as, oh, you can reach out and email this person. So I appreciate that, and I will email you if I have any other concerns, but I'm begging you right now. And I'm sure you're a parent, right, Mr. Camacho? I mean, you would be wanting this for your children too, if something were to have happened. That's what I'm asking. But thank you, Chris, Sabrina, and Mr. Camacho for your time.
Thank you, Amy. God bless you and your daughters. And we're just praying that God will guide this case to the best outcome for you and your family. And I applaud you. I think the AG should be embarrassed of his staff. This is egregious. I mean, the fact that a victim has to come on here, has to go camp out at the AG's office just to get an answer about anything. I can't believe what I'm hearing. But sadly, I feel like it's pretty par for the course.
Yeah, Chris, and yeah, of course, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. You know, we have over 1,000 victims we're providing services to, and Amy's out. We're going to find out what's going on with their case. But you know, unfortunately, you can extrapolate from data points when people complain. Victims are not going to come on to your show and say, "My advocate was great." And I can tell you that there have been many times.
But Amy just did.
Have been, but we've had. Well, no, I'm saying if an advocate does the best job, and I can tell you that I've seen cases, in particular CC cases, where an advocate goes above and beyond, provides comfort, and is there throughout every stage, and including the sentencing. But you're not going to have victims or the families of victims come onto your show and say, "My advocate did a good job." And again, it's unfortunate. We will look into what happened with Amy's case, but to say that our advocates should be ashamed of themselves or embarrassed because of,
no, I said you should be embarrassed.
We're going to. Well, Chris, I know my advocate. We have regular communication with my advocates. I know they have continued to work throughout the pandemic. They do their best based on the information that they're given. And if it's a miscommunication, then we'll improve. And if this is a situation where we need to improve, we will take care of it. But you know, you're looking at a complaint and you're going to say, okay, well, the AG's office, AG should be embarrassed of himself. But you guys don't see the successes, and you don't see the essential services that our office continues to provide. Our prosecutors care about their cases. Lenny has cared about this case. I know the new prosecutor. I just got a text about who's been assigned the case. She's a very seasoned prosecutor. She is the senior attorney at her office, and I know she would be able to prosecute the case as well. And we'll set up a meeting with Amy after this. But you know, I have complete confidence in my staff. They're going to continue to do their jobs to the best of their abilities. And on your point about the Harmon case, you know, to go back to it, that's not what happened, Chris. And you know, I didn't do a good enough job explaining what happened in that case. When you get a magistrate's complaint, you have 48 hours to make a determination whether to charge or not. when I came on the show, and I didn't explain it well enough, and I'm glad I'm given an opportunity to talk a little bit more about it. We had police reports, we had no video. So we had no way of knowing that the people who were actually arrested, what they did. We subsequently received the videos, and we were able to look at that and to now make a determination what types of charges, if any, to file against the people who have been arrested. But we had a few hours to get the police reports and to make a decision whether or not there's probable cause to charge those particular defendants. We did not have the information that we needed to adequately make that determination. We couldn't go before grand jury because grand jury proceedings have been suspended up until the last month or so. So this is something new that we're adjusting to. But it wasn't as though it was a book and release and we knew that they were out there terrorizing people. We didn't know that because we didn't have the video from the victims at that time.
Can we get a comment on the Tory verdict while we have you here?
I'm going to just echo what our chief prosecutor said. You know, it's disappointing considering that there's audio of Mr. Piolo, you know, saying what he said, and I'm not sure. We have to respect the juror's decision, but we presented that evidence to them, and I don't know what stronger evidence you could have presented.
Well, AG, I mean, no matter what, we definitely appreciate that you took the opportunity to come on and address Amy. I mean, what else were you going to do, right? I mean, Amy, and thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. And, I respect what you said. You gave props where you felt they needed to be given. I think you were very fair. I don't think you need to apologize here. And again, we're just praying for the best. And that's really where we're coming from. We're not trying to gotcha the AG or anything like that. I mean, just trying to do our part to amplify your voice because it's obvious you weren't being heard.
Thank you guys for your time. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, we'll look out for the hearing on the calendar for tomorrow, and then also we'll reach out to you.
Yeah, keep us posted. You have my number. I'll call you back. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Levin.
Thank you, AG.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not satisfied. But I'm not the one here who has to be satisfied with it. I think, like Amy said, she as well appreciated the AG coming on, and that's really, really. I mean, had that been done early on, and that's where I'm just so sour about this. Is this how we treat our victims? Like this? This is how we treat them? And I disagree with the AG. I do hear about when people are happy with the service they get. And we're not taking Amy's situation and Amy's case and holding it up as the standard for everything. But, hey, we're in the media. We hear all kinds of stuff. And sadly, more times than not, we hear about people who are not satisfied. Sabrina?
I just feel for Amy and her daughters who must be just really scared right now. And if in fact the perpetrator is going to be released tomorrow, and the fact that she and her family had no voice to oppose his release, I mean, that I know if it were me, COVID or not, I would be there yelling, probably screaming, do not let this guy out. I mean, what person wouldn't? What mother wouldn't? What father wouldn't?
Right. What parent wouldn't be over there at the AG's office on the 8th floor? What parent wouldn't be trying to get a hold of the AG? What parent wouldn't be trying to catch him, coming out of his office for lunch?
I'm barely holding on right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go, guys. It's 10:22. This has been the link again. There was a comment here. Refresh us for those just joining. Like we always say, miss a link, miss a lot. The show will be put up, archived on our Facebook live feed. This interview will be cut up and put out on our KUAM News YouTube, and I'm pretty sure you're going to see more about it on the news tonight. So, thank you, Joe, sir. Thank you, Jason. Master Control, most especially to our viewers on the link. Thank you guys for supporting what we try and do here on the show.
And also anybody else that's having any sort of issues, whether it's with the court or it's the government, wherever. If you need help, give us a call, 637-0094, or message us on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, or reporters at KUAM.com, Sabrina at KUAM.com, Chris at KUAM.com, and we'll try and get you some help.
And that's a promise. So on behalf of our sponsors here at the link, our audience and our team, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Adios.
Curbside to Crib Fridays at 9:45 a.m. on KUAM News.